for the open position, position 7, which is obviously the one down there. And we have 3 candidates that were selected by council at the last meeting to interview this evening. And we have a little less time than we had the last time we do this. We have exactly an hour and 3 candidates, which is like 20 minutes a person. So what I would like to suggest for council, if it's all right, is that we just do one at a time to be more efficient so we don't lose time in the transition of switching between people and then make people give shorter answers. And then I think it will take the whole time to do the interviews, and then the decision part of the meeting will be during the regular meeting. That is my intention at this point. If you guys are super quick, then maybe not, but I think we want to give you the time to answer. We have 10 questions, so, and probably all of them, like candidate questions, could be 5 to 10 minute answers or a whole retreat. So with that, if it's all right, I thought we would just go in alphabetical order. So that would be starting with Laurel Kripe. And if you want to step up, we're just going to have you at the lectern or the podium, rather. No. Yes, go ahead.
Point of order.
Yes.
In past interviews, some of them we have had the other candidates sitting in the room, and in others we have not. Can you just procedurally speak to that?
Yes, I think I had a couple council members ask if we would just have people stay in the room. If council is okay with that and the candidates are okay with that, we can just do that. Everyone did have, it's not like a normal business interview where you don't see the questions ahead of time. Everyone has the questions and has had a chance to prepare. So, all right. Carrie, do we have the lectern keeping time track of the time?
Pardon me, will you clarify the time?
You guys don't want to consider drawing straws? We're going to be determined by last names?
I mean, we can. It'll take a little bit of time to do that.
If they would like to, if they don't mind me having first whack.
You guys are okay? Okay. All right. Sorry that your name starts with a C then, I guess. Okay. So the timer, 2 minutes. It'll be 2 minutes. That's for, we'll give you 2 minutes per question. That will keep us mostly on time, and we might start our next meeting just a couple minutes late. Okay. So I thought we'd just go down the row and ask, so everyone has a chance to ask questions, and we'll just go around robin. So Amy, do you want to go ahead and start with the first question, please?
Hi. What should the city be doing that it is not currently doing? Why do you think we are not doing that? And what are the barriers to doing so?
All right, we're going to jump right into it. First off, thank you for giving me this opportunity. So the city council is responsible for setting priorities and policy, while city staff is responsible for carrying out those priorities and policies and conducting the daily business of the city. I believe that there is a reoccurring and systemic step missing in this process, and that would be oversight by city council of how the business of the city is actually running in terms of priorities and policies. So what I've observed is something gets passed, gets handed off, and then it kind of moves on. And sometimes things aren't efficiently administered. Sometimes doesn't seem to be much progress at all. I'm thinking I could give you some examples, but for time, code enforcement, the climate resiliency plan, and being carbon neutral by 2030. There was a terrific 2009 SDAT, strategic design something plan from a group of architects that came that's full of great ideas that I don't see a lot of having happened. So barriers to that, I think it's mostly council time limits. And I think that just gets lost in the new business that goes on. I think the other barrier is people are just used to it working this way. And so they just continue to let it go on. And I think that's the biggest right now thing that I see affecting over and over and over the way the city does business. And I would just like to ask, I know I'm going to be super short on some questions, so I'd like the latitude if I would choose to go longer on a question to do that. I'm good now, but.
Sure, that sounds good.
I have the second question. What policies would you propose or support to eliminate homelessness in Port Angeles? And why do you believe those policies would be effective in reaching that goal?
Well, first off, as much as we would like to eliminate homelessness, I don't think we'll probably get there, but I think that we can get a long ways towards mitigating it and minimizing it. I think the first thing is to realize that homelessness occurs at many different levels. And a lot of times people are just talking about the unhoused and what they see on the street. And homelessness is not only that, it is people in shelters, it is people couch surfing or doubling up. And I would also put in there the housing cost burden who are one hiccup away from being homeless. So I think we have to address it at all of those levels. The permanent supportive housing that the city has opened in Dawnview and the new Northview is fantastic. So as much of that as we can do. I think we need to add services for the unhoused, things like safe parking lots, garbage collection for them, a day, a time they could have access to dumpsters, phone charging for them, mailing addresses, so some kind of post office box so they can get things if that's a need. I think bathrooms is a huge need, safe parking lots for overnight parking, so that kind of thing for them. Adding emergency interim housing, so removing any barriers to the tiny housing that could go in church parking lots. And then the thing that I really want to say is the council has done so much to try and incentivize building, and it is so hard to build new houses, but you can lose a house in an instant. And I think we all know where I'm going with that, and that's short-term rental code enforcement. So, you know, we had so many people claiming that the only thing that mattered was the addition side of the question. Subtraction is the same mathematical power. And that the city, you know, the city council and carrying out those policies has 100% control of. So really want to focus on that.
All right, thank you. The next question is, what do you see as the relationship between ecological protection and economic growth in Port Angeles?
I really see these as being the same thing because our environment is what we have. That's, you know, what we are. That's really, to me, the only thing that matters. So we have to develop within that framework. We already have people coming here. I've met people, you know, out on the pickleball courts that call themselves water refugees from California, you know, multiple people who say, I'm here as a climate refugee. We, you know, our environment, the Olympic National Park, the deep water port, you know, the Coast Guard station, our environment is a huge plus for us. And when you start talking about development, anything that's extractive is only going to hurt us in the long run. So I don't see these as being opposing forces. I see this as if we don't protect the environment first, there's nothing else that matters.
What's something, meaning an issue, a decision, a principle, etc., on which you've changed your mind? And can you describe that process or circumstance, please?
Yes. So I'm going to give you an example that's straight from the city council room. When I came back to Port Angeles in 2020, the first letter I wrote to city council was when new utility rates were being set. And I was puzzled why sewer was charged on outdoor watering in the summer. So I wrote a letter saying, where I've been recently, we don't do that. Outdoor water doesn't go in the sewer. And so I was encouraged by a council member to come make a public comment. And I listened in on that meeting, and I heard an awful lot about how the utility rates are set to pay for the cost of use. And I also heard public utilities say, well, we can't really do that. That was not a very compelling argument. But listening to how hard it seemed like city was working to make their utilities cover the cost of use. And if I'm paying extra sewer, but it's just coming out even, that means somebody else is being subsidized somewhere. And I tried to figure out, where would that be? What households would that be? And it seemed like maybe they would need that subsidy more than I would need to be fairly charged on sewer. So I decided that was not my issue. I was okay with the way that one went.
What is the most interesting, compelling policy, idea/practice that you have read or heard about in the last year?
So I have two. I'm going to go with two because I didn't get to my one on the housing answer. So what I would say, for one, just saw the city of Bothell, their pop-up retail shops downtown, where they put a bunch of sheds and strung utilities to them and made them very low barrier entry for retail, bakery kind of things, set open hours. I was kind of pointed at that by a town in Wisconsin, who did that, and it revitalized our whole downtown. And we have a lot of empty lots that could be used on. I think it would be a great draw, and it would I would love to see downtown do things to get residents back downtown, and things like thrift stores would do that, because this is Port Angeles. The other thing I just wanted to mention, because I didn't get into the housing, is a city that's doing tax increment financing for residences. And I get this idea from Strong Towns, who is usually very much against tax increment financing, as it usually goes to big developers and big commercial projects and ends up costing the town actual money. But they were all in on this idea of actually using it on residential, single family, starter homes, and using that increment that the property value goes up to finance down payments on those homes, with a lot of checks on top of that to make sure that it really stays entry level. And Strong Town said this one place in Wisconsin, Muskegon, is the one place they'd seen this done in a residential housing market.
How do you plan to balance the time commitment of council, work, and life?
Okay, this is going to be a short answer. I'm retired, which means I have 40 plus hours in my week from any of you. And so I might potentially have to cut down on a hobby here or there. But as city council is already one of my hobbies, I don't think I'll have to cut it all that far.
It's me again. What do you see as the top 3 issues facing our city? And what specific steps would you take to address them?
Okay, this one, top 3. I'm not going to put them in order. That's what I'm going to do. So in my top 3, first would be the council oversight issue I mentioned at the beginning. And I'm going to go into that in some detail of how I think we could solve that. My second, I'm going to say the hospital and the health of the local hospital. And I know that that is not a city organization, but I think addressing that, the city needs to give whatever support we can to the hospital and just recognize, to me, this is a bigger scale than the mill closing. Like this would be, but not just closing, being thriving the hospital as much as you can. I know there's a lot of national issues, but seems to be a lot of local issues. And the third, I'm going to say, why not housing? And so to address housing, I just spoke about the tax increment financing, the immediate loss of homes that can happen by subtraction. I support all the zoning that's gone on there. So all those good things that are already happening. And I want to go back to council oversight. And I think how to address that, I would like to see council have regular work sessions. And I know they have to follow the Open Public Meetings Act. But what I see in council meetings is that when there's really big policy, there's not even a forum or a process where council really gets to discuss it. And also, I would like to see council doing their own research or utilizing the citizen commissions and boards to do policy research. And I know there's been some changes made to that code, but I think that process where all communication comes from staff and policy comes from staff and staff setting agendas for both the council meetings and the commission, I think that's just, it's not even a loop. It's like all the information comes one direction and then it kind of just gets voted on. And council is to me, doesn't have a chance to really air out their policy ideas and, really get into the meat of it. It seems like during the meetings, it ends up being this time constrained, staff directed, staff constrained discussion. The other thing, I would like to see a lower bar for bringing matters before the hearing examiner. $225 an hour plus $95.10 for staff time for somebody to challenge a decision is really a bar that, nobody jumps over. So I think that's a problem. Also, I don't really understand the staff review process. I know that the manager is the only one that city council directs, but as a citizen, I've been confused. I know that I have the chance to vote for my council every 4 years. But I have found, and I also can do public records requests, I realize that, but I don't seem to be able to get communication. All the communication is just on a voluntary basis. So if I write a letter to council, it's which of you choose to respond with me. Most of you have at some point or taken a meeting, but then if I think there's something going on that doesn't seem like it fits with code, I have no set recourse whatsoever to find out what's going on. So no transparency there. And so I think that issue really needs to be addressed.
Thank you. What is your approach to handling budgets? And what are your spending priorities and areas that can be more efficient?
So on handling budgets, I'm going to say that my approach is incrementalism. And that's just the idea that we look for small solutions and not huge solutions. And we look to solve things, which what's the smallest possible step we can take on them. I think the other approach has been common sense, and I've definitely seen some expenditures. I don't think they're all here, but where I see them is sometimes in the parks, where, because I do not believe we're overspending on our parks, but just living next to, say, a park and I see fencing going up, I'm going back in history now. But, tennis court fencing on the only tennis court in town that the fencing actually kept the ball on the court, like things like that really frustrate people. So I would just like to see sort of the routine decisions get questioned a little bit. I don't want to argue over every single tractor, but I do think sometimes, it just kind of gets, somebody requests something and it gets done. On the most part, I've been really impressed when I've listened to the budget discussions. So yeah, that one I just think common sense and small steps and maintenance. That's the other thing I want to shout out is I do think that staff has really concentrated on maintaining what's there and not doing new things. And I think that's a good approach.
All right, I want to be mindful of time. So hopefully these next two questions are quick answers for you. They're all could be long answers, but what policies would you support to attract new businesses and retain existing ones?
Can I just ask how much time I have? Is it just 2?
I wasn't keeping track of how many minutes you went over on a couple of questions, but I think if you can try to answer the next 2 in about a minute each, then we'll need to move right on because we're already at,
okay.
Because we didn't start right at 5 o'clock. You started a little bit late. So I'm looking at, if we're at 5:25, we should be okay. And here I am still talking. So go ahead.
Okay, so attracting and retaining businesses. When I've talked to people, the biggest thing business owners, mention is they need understandable code that's applied uniformly and evenly. And that came up over and over when I talked to people. So the first thing I would do, so to attract businesses, that's what I think we need, is we need a clear, understandable, and evenly enforced municipal code. And the first thing I would do is I would ask for a policy that all municipal code come from the legal department so that it's not coming from staff. And the other thing is when the changes get made, people get really frustrated and the perception is the code is changing all the time. The things I've followed, I know that these are maybe clarifications. It's not really changing, but when you do that, people get really frustrated. I'll just stop there on attracting new businesses.
All right, if we have time, how will you handle a situation where you disagree with the majority of council?
Well, so the first thing is I would like to see council decisions become much more of a process than just a vote. And I kind of addressed that with the working sessions. But I would like to see decisions, council being much more with maybe town halls, with council members blog posting, with some way that there's a standard kind of communication with constituents so that it's not, only those who read the agenda, only those who have special interest in a particular policy who get heard from, during public comment. So having said all that, I would, before taking a vote and ending up on the losing end of a large policy decision. I would have wanted to do a lot of discussion. Again, I know there's Public Meetings Act, but I'm hoping for some kind of work sessions. And also talking with constituents, hopefully having an advisory board who's actually doing policy research, not just being given some information from that staff department, but they're, when we interview and ask people to volunteer for a commission, I think they should do more than just go to a meeting once a month and be told what the staff has done for the last month. So, having said all that, I would hope to minimize the places where I ended up on the minority side. But if that did happen, then I would try to continue to support constituents' concerns, work to fill any missing gaps in things, and abide within the local law, which is one of the oaths of office.
All right. Thank you very much, Laurel, for your time. And we will move on to John. And I realize, Laurel, my apologies that we don't have a question in here to introduce yourself, but I mean, we've all read your interview questions, and I guess this is really an interview for us, but anyway, thank you. I guess we'll just go in the same order again. So Amy, if you want to get started.
Just go any higher.
If you just tip it. If you just tip it up, that should be good.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
What should the city be doing that it is not currently doing? Why do you think we are not doing that? And what are the barriers to doing that?
Right. Well, I think the city has made progress over the years with the over-the-counter permitting, with 230 permits issued. I think that's a good model. I think the gap in what the city isn't doing has to do with housing growth not aligned with infrastructure such as sewers and stormwater. I know that they're in our plans, but I like to see those tied explicitly together. I also had the opportunity on Sunday. I went out with my brother-in-law and we did some outreach to people who are unhoused and homeless in our community. And one thing I heard from them, right, was they find it very hard to get access to where to get help from. They don't know where to go. So having an opportunity for the city to provide simpler entry points for those individuals or anyone who needs direction would be great. I like to see the over-the-counter permitting both citywide and in multiple areas. I think that's a great idea. I do believe that when the city aligns growth with capacity, housing, utilities, services, whatnot, I think that, and they can see that ways tied together, I think that promotes trust in our constituents and delivers results that are real and people can see them. So that's, yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you. What policies would you propose or support to eliminate homelessness in Port Angeles? And why do you believe those policies would be effective in reaching that goal?
Well, like Laurel, I believe that it's going to be impossible to completely eliminate it. I think the goal should be have functional zero homelessness, someone where it's rare, brief, and non-reoccurring. These individuals often have severe trauma that they've experienced, and they have needs beyond just housing. I would have 3 steps that I think we could take to help reach functional zero over time. One is the permanent supportive housing we've seen, and by focusing on infill construction and motel conversions, and when possible, we can create more spaces for that. We need to invest in or make prevention a sticking point, mediation, mental health services, maybe an eviction fund to help those who are those one step away from getting evicted, and a navigation center. I know it's not mentioned in any plans, but I believe that is tied to partnership and tools that are called out in plans. Something that offers services people could get, counseling, mental health, how to fill out paperwork for Social Security, and shelter. We need to get those individuals kind of a starting point. And I believe after we implement things, we need to hold ourselves accountable by having dashboards that are online that shows our progress, shows how many people exit on housing, how long they stay, and if they return. And I think to do that, we got to really leverage partnerships and grants to fund this, or at least start that process.
Thank you. What do you see as the relationship between ecological protection and economic growth in Port Angeles?
Well, like Laurel, I don't see them as different things. I see them as symbiotic. They are tied to one another. We can't expect to have tourism, a working waterfront, and recreational opportunities without a healthy environment. I think that we need to emphasize that cleanup of the Rainier Mill site, because that mill site, if properly cleaned up through SO5, delivers a much healthier port and watershed and opportunities for growth both ecologically and economically. The Indian Creek spill showed us that drinking water and safety is vital, and we got to invest in that because that is has direct consequences on our economic vitality in the city. I saw on Sunday people camping near creeks, and that is not healthy for our watershed at all. So housing is tied to ecology and our economic vitality. And we need to make sure we co-steward this opportunity with the tribe. They've shown through their restoration of the Elwha how investments in ecological development and restoration can really have an impact on cultural significance and economic strength in the area. And remember, this is all for those that come after us, my kids, their grandkids, and we need to invest in that future for those people.
Sorry. Thank you. What's something, an issue, a decision, a principle, et cetera, on which you've changed your mind? Can you describe that process or circumstance, please?
So this is a fairly recent thing through my conversations and hearing your guys' spirited debates up at the council. It has to do with traffic cameras. Initially, I thought they were a fair, neutral way of enforcing traffic laws. But through conversations and hearing council, I can see how regressive they are and how a $150 ticket could impact a low-income family in terms of paying rent or getting groceries for their family. So how I've changed my thought is, instead of enforcement through traffic cameras and whatnot, is the support of designing safety based on traffic calming techniques as roundabouts, lower speed limits, and better crosswalks. Those are not punitive to people, no matter what their economic status is. And I believe that is a better way to go with equity. And my shift in my stance is also what I believe our governance should work. You listen, you hear constituents, and if they have better ideas, be willing to adapt when evidence supports that change, and then bring the community voice along with us.
So I realize it's my question, but I'm still writing down my notes.
I forgive you.
What is the most interesting / compelling policy, idea, or practice that you have read or heard about in the last year?
Well, one of the more compelling, interesting ideas I have read is the idea of permit-ready ADU models. I've seen cities like Renton, Seattle, Lacey, Leavenworth, and even in Kitsap County have created libraries of pre-approved designs for ADUs. Homeowners can pick them, they can move straight into construction without unnecessary permitting, and actually build housing quicker and more affordably. In Port Angeles, we already have permit-ready programs for small homes. I think expanding it into ADUs, which our housing action plan calls for, is a natural step. And we have our over county permit expansion, so I believe that idea would fit well into things we're already doing. and bring, you can't see over there, and bring more affordable housing to our community now, instead of just saying we're going to do it through plans.
How do you plan to balance the time commitment of council work and life?
Well, I see council service as more than just showing up twice a month, and it's a service to the community. It's about reading packets, going to committee meetings, engaging in the public and other governing bodies. As you know, I'm a teacher. I'm a officer in our union, and I have 4 kids. So I already balance a lot of stuff already. So I've gotten pretty good at it. I think for me, structure and support is vital, which I do all the time. And my family support to protect that time for games and whatnot while serving. As a union rep, I already represent 200 full-time teachers in our school district. And that requires discipline and time management. I can't help them all, but I try to help everyone I can within balanced timeframes. I believe delegating and clearly communicating when necessary is important. And I know my other union officers and work people can help me when I need to focus more on this. More importantly, this isn't just a task or a hobby for me, it's purpose driven. I want to be here and I want to serve our community, and that's what really energizes me about the possibility. And I'm confident that because that is my main view of this, I can balance all my life work and council responsibilities with relative ease.
Thank you. It's back to me. What do you see as the top 3 issues facing our city, and what specific steps would you take to address them?
So in no particular order, I see housing as one of our key issues in Port Angeles. I feel like we need to implement the housing action plan as it's written, expanding ADUs and infill, enforcement of STRs, caps, and I believe creating a navigation center, like I described in the previous question, would help with housing and unhoused individuals in our community. I think the next thing, it would be ecology. I think protecting the watershed in Indian Creek is vital to this long-term success, both ecologically and economically, to our city and our region. To do that, I think we need to continue pressuring Rainier for a full cleanup of the site, alongside the tribe who's already said they would like that to happen. Remembering that what we do today isn't just about now, it's about later. Those people who aren't even born yet, who will inherit this place. And I think the third issue is infrastructure. We need to prioritize sewer and stormwater projects already identified, pursue grants before we raise rates and utilities to do that, and use the design-based traffic safety to kind of mitigate our traffic issues here. I believe that all 3 are interconnected to each other, and we can't have one without the other 2.
Thank you. What is your approach to handling budgets? And what are your spending priorities and areas that could be more efficient?
Well, I love budgets. I think budgets are more than numbers. They are value statements. They tell people what you find to be the most important things moving forward. So my priorities first would be to make sure core services like water, sewer, and public safety are maintained and fully staffed and reasonably rated. Then housing and community wellness. You can't have that without sewer, water, and public safety. And we want to focus on climate forward infrastructure in our budget, sustainability. In terms of efficiency, I think we need to explore clear frameworks for evaluating large purchases. I've heard in multiple city council meetings frustration on why things are being bought without any transparency in terms of criteria, where the numbers came from, and whatnot. So I would like to see that being more efficient in our budget decisions. Without them, I think trust is eroded, even when the purchase is necessary. In terms of budgeting too, which we already do this, but we should still aggressively pursue state and federal grants before turning to taxpayers or ratepayers in our utility systems. And we want to make sure housing growth is tied directly to infrastructure so that we're not spending more than money on multiple projects when we can get both done at the same time. I believe citizens and our residents deserve funded fiscal discipline, transparency, and accountability. And I believe with my experience working with budgets and making them myself, that I can help bring that lens to our discussions around money in the city.
Thank you. I'm glowing on the screen right now, just a white blob. And I can feel it in my eyes. What policies would you support to attract new businesses and retain existing ones?
I think first, retention requires us to make it easier for businesses to grow. So I think, again, the over-the-counter permitting is a good example of positive steps we've taken to make the process easier. It saves time and small contractors money. We also need to, I believe, bring that to other departments across the city. I think we also need to strengthen downtown by working closely with our associations and Commerce Chamber to help find out ways they can see to help make more affordable housing available, because without workers, can't grow businesses downtown. To attract new businesses, I think we need to partner with the port to make sure the maritime industries are expanded, leverage our connection with our unique ferry in our national park for festivals and events to bring people in, and target incentives to bring clean energy jobs, healthcare, and outdoor recreation to our area. When I look at this, everyone wants to compare us to Swim a lot because we're so close. I feel like what Port Townsend does is a much better comparison. They are a small port city that has attracted and retained businesses by investing in arts, culture, and downtown, which are similar things we have. We have a national park, a gateway to a different country, and we have cultural institutions. I think we can look at some ideas they have and build on that as a way to increase downtown vitality and build that as a stronger part of our city.
Thank you. How will you handle a situation where you disagree with the majority of council?
Well, disagreement is going to happen, right? Not everyone's going to agree on everything. In my experience, disagreements are healthy and they need to be done with respect, transparency, and professionalism. No one should be getting mad at other people. When I intend to express clearly my reasoning, the facts I'm basing them off, the public input I've received, and plans we've adopted as a council in the city to support my reasoning and my positions. But once the votes happen, I'll respect the outcome and I will help implement that as the majority has wished. That's how democracy works. As a teacher and union leader, I am fraught with disagreement all the time. But you should be able to walk into a room with someone you've had a disagreement over issues that are quite important, right? And still be able to have a friendly conversation, shake hands, right? There shouldn't be any lingering feelings. So I believe that is the way to approach disagreements, whether it's at home, at school, at work, or here.
All right.
All right.
Thank you very much for your time.
I appreciate it.
All right, Christy. So I'm just going to note that if Christy has her 2 minutes, which she gets, we will start our regular meeting a few minutes late. Unless anyone at the dais thinks that that's inappropriate, I think we want to give her the full time, and then we probably need a really quick break, and then we'll start our meeting. Yes, Christy, if you can bring it down a little bit. Sorry, I do the same thing, so I feel you. All right, Amy, go ahead.
What should the city be doing that it is not currently doing? Why do you think we are not doing that? And what are the barriers in doing so?
I think what the city is not doing is using the resources that it already has. I say this meaning that the city needs to focus on communicating with the advisory boards and task force that already exist. I was speaking with a former member of an advisory board for a public commission and mentioned that he felt like the advisory boards were being underused. So I see this as a huge well of volunteers that could be used to enforce policy. The reason I think that this is not happening is due to the time and the staff and the money that it would take to connect and communicate with all of these boards and people. I think that they would need some sort of coordinator. I think there needs to be some sort of coordination. I believe that if our city is focused on economic growth, that we need to be talking to each other. So having communication with the port, having communication with the housing task force, having communications with the tribes. Those things are already happening, but I think that they could be happening in a much more efficient way if we were able to harness the volunteers that we have already on those boards.
Thank you. What policies would you propose or support to eliminate homelessness in Port Angeles? And why do you believe those policies would be effective in reaching that goal?
Well, I think homelessness is a very complex problem. I do believe in housing first. I believe that Port Angeles can be a safe harbor for those that are homeless and for those that are unhoused. I would like to see Port Angeles move in the direction that Eugene, Oregon has taken. They have created a tiny home village that where a company buys up a development of land and then they build tiny homes on the land. And then each person that's homeless or unhoused can pay into that like $200 or $300 a month, plus a $50 membership fee. The membership fee that they pay goes into equity that they get when they leave, if they leave the housing unit. So I see this working for both low barrier and high barrier housing. I think if you're dealing with people that are dealing with mental illness or trauma, substance abuse, that there could be resources there on the campus that could help the people that are dealing with these issues. But I don't think that they should necessarily be housed in the same units as people that maybe are following, sober lifestyles.
It's me, sorry. Thank you. What do you see as the relationship between ecological protection and economic growth in Port Angeles?
As the two former people stated, I think these go hand in hand. I think that our environment is our biggest asset here, and that we have to do what we can to preserve and protect our environment, but also to create sustainable industries that can sustain our economy. This would mean creating jobs through marine employers that use our deep water port, some of these carbon capture, new industries that take the timber that we have and make it into smaller bits and make it into new products. Cleaning up the Rainier Mill site, saving our legacy forests, as Dave Up the Grove has already started to do, while still funding our schools and public safety, which is, I think, the part of the problem. I think that we can save our environment without letting go of the industries that we have in Port Angeles. But I think that we need to move forward in a progressive way to use these sustainable industries to help foster new jobs and new industry.
Thank you. What is something, an issue, a decision, a principle, et cetera, on which you changed your mind? Can you describe that process or circumstance, please?
So for this question, I was thinking about ranked choice voting, actually, because I did not understand it, did not understand how it would work, could not be explained to me. Finally, someone used an example with blueberry pie, chocolate pie, cherry pie, and explained how each, the people that liked each pie, which one you voted for would, and you ranked each one based on how you liked the pie. This finally started to get through to me. So I do believe in ranked choice voting as a way to help other people that are underrepresented maybe be to get into the two-party system. And so that's something I definitely changed my mind about.
Sorry, another case of me finishing my notes. What is the most interesting / compelling policy, idea, or practice that you have read or heard about in the last year?
So I'm really excited about the Recompete program, the allocation of $35 million that Clallam County has recently been allocated. I think this is a great boost for our economy. I think it will help us to create jobs and to connect people with resources that they wouldn't normally have access to. It will also give them work on-the-job training. It will work with the tribes. So this is something that the communication issues I mentioned in the beginning, I think this is something that the county has found a way to fund, a way to communicate between the port, between the tribes, between the councils, and with the college as well. The college has vocational training programs that can get people ready for living wage jobs in our town.
How do you plan to balance the time commitment of council, work, and life?
So I run my own business, so I do have flexibility as far as what I commit to. If appointed to the city council, I would definitely make that my priority. And I would balance that with my other volunteer commitments that I have. I think that the council job, as mentioned before, requires a lot of extra time, and I realize that. So, doing the research, looking over the agendas, talking to people, and going to these meetings, and possibly meeting with people on these advisory boards would require a lot of extra time, and I think that I would be willing to sacrifice some of my other commitments to make that happen.
What do you see as the top 3 issues facing our city, and what specific steps would you take to address them?
So I think the top 3 problems that I chose to talk about were housing, our hospital, and our water shortage. As far as housing goes, it's a very complex issue, as mentioned before. The lack of housing and the upward cost of living. To deal with that, I would actively support the current housing plan that's in place to develop land, buy up land, and make multifamily units to encourage co-living, and also to have a homelessness navigator. And to make use of, also to make use of empty office space. We'd also need to find a way to house people that live in one unit, because with the hospital, that's one problem, that we're not able to retain people that come here to live. So housing is a big issue that faces our hospital, aside from the other issues that it's facing. And I think infrastructure also makes a big difference in how we support our hospital, because if we don't support our hospital, then we'll lose those jobs, we'll lose medical care and everything that's so important. And the water shortage, the Elwha River is depleting. The snow melt is depleting every year, and we're already in a second stage water shortage. We had a hard time with the trucker that fell into the Elwha River that caused a big crisis. So I think it's something that can't be ignored.
Thank you. What is your approach to handling budgets, and what are your spending priorities and areas that could be more efficient?
As far as budgets go, I think it's important to review what's happened in the past to plan for the future. I would take a kitchen table approach to budget, meaning that I budget my life, my work, my job, my business. I would approach a city council budget in the same way that I would approach my own budget. I've also worked with corporate budgets, not specifically creating them, but viewing many of them and being at the meetings where they were discussed, as well as nonprofit budgets. I've been around. My top budgeting priorities would be infrastructure, public safety, and reserves. I think infrastructure has already been talked about. Public safety would be very important. And the reason I say reserves is that I think it's important to have a rainy day fund with the unpredictability of what's going on federally, and with not knowing what kind of grants are going to be available to us, that it might not be something that we normally would make room for, but I think it's very important. And as far as where to cut, looking at the budget, I think it's really challenging to see where you would be able to make cuts. But I think maybe reducing debt and making use of all the volunteers that we have in this community to deal with certain programs.
Thank you. I just want to, before I ask my question, because a number of people just showed up, I just want to clarify that we're finishing up interviews for a council appointment. And when we're done, we're going to take a quick break and then start the regular meeting. So thank you for your patience while we do this. I just wanted you all to know what's going on. So my question, what policies would you support to attract new businesses and retain existing ones?
I would take a multifaceted approach. I think that, once again, our biggest asset is our environment. So I think we need to make use of that, which would mean creating an infrastructure that encourages people to move here, to support small businesses and help support tourism. I believe that we do have the ability to be a tourist town. Coho Ferry and the Field Arts Center show that Port Angeles is moving in that direction. But we do need housing, and we need hotels. We need to develop the waterfront, things that are happening already, like with the Fierro Center, Field Arts, and whatnot. And I think also making permits and licenses easier to achieve. I think that food trucks are an interesting way to go, and could add to the tourist element here. And that's something that has not been popular, but I think that could open up a lot of room for people that maybe only have seasonal jobs now that could find a way to own their own business.
Thank you. Final question. How will you handle a situation where you disagree with the majority of council?
So I say that I would accept defeat gracefully, but also continue to advocate for my ideas. So meaning that I think to be on the council, you're representing a lot of people that you've been listening to that want you to represent their ideas. So I think it's important that those ideas are shared on the council. But I also think it's important that when you're in the minority, that you can accept the fact that you need to support the action that's taking place and not badmouth the ideas, not to try to actively sabotage anything that's going on, but to be supportive while still trying to promote the good qualities of your belief.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you to all three of our candidates for taking the time to come and join us. You know, a number of us ran and had interviews like this as public, well, we all ran, had interviews like this as public forums, but I know it's a big deal to come and interview in a public setting. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for applying and for showing up tonight. We will take a 5-minute break and come back and get started with our regular meeting. Thank you very much. right, thank you all. Have to shift gears really quickly here. Get my agenda out and be ready to go. All right, thank you all for your patience. Welcome to the City Council meeting, the regular meeting for September 2nd, the first day of school, at least in Port Angeles, for Port Angeles School District. And if we can do the roll call, please.
Mayor Dexter?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Carr?
Here.
Councilmember Miller?
Here.
Councilmember Schroman Warren?
Here.
Councilmember Schwab?
Here.
Councilmember Suggs?
Here.
Manager West?
Present.
Attorney Bloor?
I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you. If everyone can please stand as you are able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all. Sorry, I got ahead of myself there. All right. Am I dead? Nope, there we go. We have a proclamation this evening. So if Rhonda Coates could meet me down here, that would be great. Meet me in the front. We'll go right in the middle here so people online can see us as well. Nice to meet you. Thank you for coming this evening. So Rhonda is joining us this evening from the Olympic Peninsula Audubon Society, and we have a proclamation in recognition of their work. So I'm going to read that and then give Rhonda an opportunity to share a little bit with us. A proclamation in recognition of the Olympic Peninsula Audubon Society and Partners for a Community Wildlife Habitat. Whereas throughout each year, more than 400 species of birds can be viewed on the North Olympic Peninsula, drawing bird-loving tourists from around the world, as well as a growing number of new residents seeking relaxed lifestyles in spectacular environs. And whereas a 2019 study published in Science reported that the number of breeding birds in North America declined by nearly 30%, or 3 billion birds, since 1970. Declining bird populations and diversity of species warns us of impending environmental threats to all life locally and eventually to the planet as a whole. And whereas bird conservation is central to the mission of the Olympic Peninsula Audubon Society, located on the North Olympic Peninsula, in September 2024, addressing the need for raised public awareness, OPAS launched an environmental initiative, the North Olympic Wildlife Habitat Project. In collaboration with the National Wildlife Federation and with the local support of the Dungeness River Nature Center and Wild Birds Unlimited. Since project launch, this collaboration has inspired individual property owners and managers across North Clallam and Jefferson counties to participate in the NWF Certified Wildlife Habitat Program to transform outdoor spaces into habitats friendly to birds and other wildlife. And whereas in May 2025, this OPAS project achieved its initial objective, the National Wildlife Federation certification of the North Olympic Peninsula as a community wildlife habitat. This community status required NWF certification of a specified number of individual properties that support birds and other wildlife with necessary shelter, food, water, places to raise young, and sustainable gardening practices. And whereas, going forward, the project will facilitate educational programs to increase the number of certified properties across our area, expanding them into wildlife corridors, meaning neighborhoods with several certified properties that together provide safe passage for birds and other wildlife to travel between natural areas. Now, therefore, I, Kate Dexter, Mayor, on behalf of the City Council of Port Angeles, recognize the Olympic Peninsula Humane Society, good gracious, sorry. Say animals, but different, sorry. Recognize the Olympic Peninsula Audubon Society chapter and its project partners for their work to gain National Wildlife Federation recognition of the North Olympic Peninsula, including the city of Port Angeles, as a community wildlife habitat, and for their commitment to expanding the number of certified properties in our area into wildlife corridors connecting with established natural areas for the overall benefits to our environment and human health. Thank you so much.
I didn't realize I'd need 3 hands.
Great. I can hold something for you.
That's all right. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
I'm the publicity chair for the board of the Olympic Peninsula Audubon Society. We say OPUS, so just making that a little bit easier. You know, people may be asking why birds? Why this big deal about birds? But if anybody has a coal miner in your family, the story of the canary in the coal mine, we know that the health of birds signal the health of our environment, and our own human health depends on the health of our environment. So that's why we're making a big deal about birds. And we're very grateful when we have elected officials that understand the importance of finding answers to that question, why birds? So to that end, I may need you to hold this for just 1 second. I've given council members this document here on the back side. I know you have a lot to read, but I promise this is light skim reading, but it tells the story of what we're asking of property owners and managers, from patios to city parks. We can do some things that are doing this, providing of food, water, shelter, places to raise young, and some sustainable gardening practices that are actually healthy for our water table, because we really can be finding alternatives to chemical pesticides, herbicides, rodenticides, all of which are not helping our health. So to that end, thank you so much. And I'll say, if you have nothing else to do, if you would like an apolitical event, come join us on Saturday morning from 10 to 12. Come a little early because we'll have some goodies at the Dungeness River Nature Center in Rain Shadow Hall. So happens that is National Hummingbird Day. We'll be making a big deal about hummingbirds. And the National Wildlife Federation is coming to give us their certificate that's acknowledging that the North Olympic Peninsula is now declared in their minds a community wildlife habitat. So thank you.
And if people want, this information will end up in our packet, but if they want a quick and easy way to find the document that you referenced, is that on the website? Excellent. Okay.
Quickly, if you'll go to Audubon, what is it? Olympic Peninsula Audubon.org, and then you'll find bird-friendly communities, and there you'll eventually get your way to this checklist. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Again, it's always one thing I think that's cool about being on council is you get to hear about all this cool stuff. So thank you for the work that you've been doing. All right, that brings us to, according to the agenda, public comment, but we're going to do, as has been our practice, that we haven't officially adopted it and we should at some point. I will remember to put that on a future agenda. We're going to do late items first. Are there any late items from staff?
Mayor and council, no late items from staff this evening.
All right, late items from council. Lindsay?
Yeah, I'd like to put on discussion and possible action on the Border Patrol office, please.
Second.
All right. Don't need a motion, but do you have hold on just a second. Is there consensus to put that item on tonight's agenda?
That was my objection.
You're objecting to it?
Yes, I don't like voting and prefer not voting on actions for late agenda items. I don't mind discussing it, but I would like action to be taken at our next council meeting.
Okay.
If we feel that it's particularly time sensitive, I am okay with a special meeting to be able to get that done quick enough. But I would be, regardless of my opinion or what motions may be made, I would be voting against them this evening.
All right. Thank you for noting that. Lindsay?
Yeah, just point of order. We don't need full consent to put it on the agenda, and when we get to my motion, it's a motion for more information. So I hope for your support at that time.
All right. I will go ahead and put I'll just put DHS so I know. All right. Anything else from council? All right. Then we'll go to public comment. Let me see if there's a sign up list first. The way I've been doing public comment, I see some faces I haven't seen before or in a while. First public comment period is for items on tonight's agenda, including the late item, which is why we do late items first, in case we add anything. We do in person in council chambers first, and then we go online if there are any hands. That said, if you are joining us virtually and wish to make a public comment, please raise your virtual hand now. And I will just go down the list. I am going to prioritize city residents first and then go back. So if you are online, I'm just going to trust that I will have time for everyone, so it's okay. And we'll go ahead and get started with Tracy Abel, and then Kurt Baer will be next, and after that is Gail Bronner. So you come to the podium, and if you're in council chambers, public comment is 3 minutes, and the timer will keep track for you. It'll turn yellow when you have about 30 seconds left, and then I do online timing for folks online. And if you can please state your name and whether or not you're a resident. We don't need your address, just whether or not you're a resident of Port Angeles. So go ahead when you're ready.
Hi, Tracy Abel. Yes, I am a resident of Port Angeles, and I am speaking on the late item Border Patrol. I'm here today on behalf of people I don't know, neighbors who can't speak out because of the risk, neighbors forced to live shadow lives lest they be kidnapped off the street and disappeared. The trauma being inflicted on brown-skinned people is horrific, full stop. But they aren't the only ones harmed by the cruelty on display. Each unchecked assault on our neighbor's well-being eats away at our shared humanity. We must not look away and become numb to these atrocities. Now more than ever, we need to protect our neighbors and one another. This administration is escalating the violence, and we must push back. My request is for Port Angeles to adopt something similar to Chicago's city resolution that demands all federal immigration agents wear visible name tags and patches and not hide their identities with street clothes and masks, which, by the way, have nothing to do with public health and everything to do with inflicting terror. Immigration agents must also be banned from using unmarked vehicles like the one used in the Bear Gulch fire kidnappings, the unmarked vehicle that was parked at the local CBP headquarters. If they're truly proud of their mission, why work so hard to hide their identities? Is it possible that they're bullies and cowards? Either way, it's time for us to be brave. So please do everything in your collective power to stand up for our neighbors and community. We're experiencing full-blown fascism, and to remain silent is to be complicit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kurt Baer.
Hi, my name is Kurt Baer. I'm also a Port Angeles resident, and I'm also speaking on the late agenda item, response to the Border Patrol in Port Angeles. First, I'd like to thank Councilor Schwab, Carr, Miller, and Schroman Lawson for responding to my email on this and for giving us a chance to bring this to the council's attention tonight. I think it's incredible that the Trump administration places the advancement of its anti-immigrant agenda above public safety and the protection of public lands. And I think that's incredibly clear in the abduction of the 2 firefighters right off of the response to the Bear Gulch fire, which, as we know, is the biggest wildfire in the state of Washington at the moment and is an incredible threat to it and other wildfires. We're an incredible threat to the safety and the environment that we enjoy here on the peninsula. I believe that the Port Angeles Council needs to instruct the police and other agencies to follow state laws and not assist CBP or ICE in immigration actions or allow the use of city property or other resources by CBP or ICE. And this would include so-called informal communications between police officers and federal agents, which can quite frequently turn into immigration action without technically cooperating or aiding the federal agencies. If possible, I would like to see us pass a law requiring that inside the city of Port Angeles, U.S. government agents display their names and badges on uniforms at all times, not cover their faces to hide their identity, and to use only marked vehicles that clearly identify the agencies involved. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gail Bronner, you're up next.
I'm not speaking to the late agenda item that's there. Is that okay if I speak on the one that I wanted?
I'm sorry, I didn't see that. If you could wait, that would be great. Thank you for pointing that out. I missed that on the list. So we'll go to Steve Drake.
My name is Steve Drake, and I'm a city resident, former city employee. As many of you know, I used to work with the city for a number of years. But anyhow, I'm back here again to possibly instruct or help you council members revise the ordinance that you have in there that you're charging on a utility-based rate water meters. Once you get the water meters installed and you pay for that to have that installed on your system, you don't need to have a continuing bill coming for that water meter if you're not using the water. You're already charging for it to have it put in and available, and it's very communicative of the city to have that availability for each and every customer. But you are charging them to put the meter in, and you are charging them to have a meter. But if they're not using the water, you don't charge them to just have the meter sitting there. Charge them for the water, and then have that taken care of from that point on. If there is customers out there that abuse that, then have a healthy fine or whatever it needs to be to make up for your income that you're possibly trying to get out of this. But it's not necessary to charge all your city customers because the water meter is just sitting there, but there's no water going through it, that it is charged to have it in the system. And I was just wanting to do that to let you know, and I hope you did, to revise that bill so that the customers do not get a bill for water that they don't use. Anyway, thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Steve. We'll go to Alan Minshew.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm Ellen Minshew, and I do not live in the city, and I am here to speak on the late agenda item as well. I'm here today to address an issue of profound importance that not only affects our community here, but also resonates deeply across our nation. As you are undoubtedly aware, the Trump administration has made significant efforts to instill fear within the immigrant population in our country. In the past months, these efforts have intensified with the increased presence of immigration and customs enforcement agents in communities like ours. What I find most concerning, and what I hope alarms you as well, is the way many of these agents are interacting with the public. Reports and videos of representatives wearing masks, refusing to properly identify themselves, and behaving aggressively. This conduct fosters an atmosphere of fear, intimidation, and uncertainty. These actions have many of us here concerned for our immigrant friends and neighbors, and they are undermining the trust and sense of security that all residents, regardless of their background, deserve to feel. Most recently, individuals believed to be affiliated with our local Customs and Border Patrol detachment in Port Angeles were involved in the arrest of 2 firefighters responding to the Bear Gulch fire near Lake Cushman. This incident significantly impeded emergency management efforts as firefighting crews were reportedly detained for 3 hours while federal agents verified their identification. Such actions create an environment of apprehension and uncertainty and may compromise public safety. The governor has identified these actions as violations of the Keep Washington Working Act. Elected officials have a responsibility to uphold the rule of law. This obligation includes serving individuals from neighboring counties throughout our state. We rely on leadership to maintain equal and fair treatment for all, ensuring due process under the law. My request to you this evening is simple but significant. I urge you to take a stand in support of the fundamental rights guaranteed to every person under the Constitution. This would include passing a resolution and posting a notice demanding any acting law enforcement officer identify themselves by unmasking and clearly identifying any executable warrant. Posting this notice is more than a symbolic gesture. It's a reaffirmation of this board's commitment to the rule of law and the dignity of every individual in our community. It tells residents, regardless of their legal status, that they are seen, valued, and protected within this jurisdiction. I trust that you share my concerns for the well-being of all who call Port Angeles home, and that you will consider this request with the seriousness of its merits. We must ensure our community remains a place where fairness, justice, and the principles of due process are not only preserved, but championed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ellen. We'll go to Lisa Decker.
Good evening, and I'm also speaking to the immigration and issue that we've been talking about here. I'm going to read a little bit from what just came out today from the Washington State Standard, a little bit more detail about what happened with the crew. On August 27, there were 2 crews. There were workers from private companies who were contracted to help fight the fire. We were told that they were supposed to deploy to a staging area where they would cut firewood for the local community. The firefighter who was present at the raid said that a division supervisor told the crews he would meet them at the site, but he never showed up. When they did finally arrive at the site, the crews found piles of logs, seemingly from a timber operation. They didn't want to damage the logging company's property, so they waited for an hour for a management team leader to show up. Instead, after that hour, unmarked law enforcement vehicles pulled up to the site, and federal officials began questioning the firefighters. A gentleman named Duncan, who was a former Forest Service firefighter, said immigration agents would not have been able to even access the site without some help from Team 7 leaders. So this is kind of new information. Wildland firefighters were stunned when the federal immigration authorities arrested 2 firefighters and sidelined the crews for hours. Wildfire veterans that were speaking to the reporter were stunned when the federal immigration authorities arrested 2 firefighters and sidelined those crews. They say the operation was nearly unprecedented. It was a breach in long-standing protocol that federal agents do not disrupt emergency responders to check immigration status. So I would say for our community, in summary, we can't deny it. We are living in really what is called a merciless and fast-moving takeover that will envelop us all. It's sad. It's terrible. If we do not resist, no one who disagrees with this regime could be safe. We're asking all of our citizens, but most especially those that we entrust with our safety, to stand up to the dehumanization, the shocking violent treatment that we've been seeing, the deportation of immigrants, and demand that there always be due process. So whoever does take these resistance measures, it is likely that you might be saving a completely innocent person from imprisonment in a torture camp in, say, El Salvador or even Sudan. This has been happening, of course. And furthermore, here in our community, you'll be showing that our community is on alert and that we are going to resist these horrors. And real quick, I will say, I do agree that we'd love to have these information posted so that people know that Port Angeles stands against this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Leah Leach.
I am not a Port Angeles resident, but the Port Angeles Border Patrol Station covers the entire peninsula. So I'm definitely within that area.
And if you can just say your name for the record, that would be great.
Leah Leach. So I'm here to speak about the immigration control tactics that we have been seeing all across the nation, and we've started seeing them here. I know that municipalities have very little power in a federal jurisdiction, but I'm urging you to do what you can to defend us. And if you think it's a matter of them, not us, please think again. We've seen the national reports. First, it was brown-skinned people being kidnapped off the streets. Now we're hearing about homeless people in DC being arrested. It's all of us who are affected. Those of us who have a little bit of privilege need to step up to defend those with less, because it affects all of us. We, the people, are being threatened. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. We'll go to, James, you didn't write down what your topic is about. Is it first public comment period? Yes. Okay, go ahead. Then we'll go to John, who clearly has a comment, and then we have one hand online. So we'll finish up in council chambers first. I mean, maybe you just needed to stretch your legs. I shouldn't. James.
I'm James Taylor. I live here in Port Angeles. I thought all three candidates, Christy, John, and Laurel, all did an excellent job. I think we would be proud of having any one of the three of them on city council. One of the things that was mentioned was interface to our standing committees. Having served on one, I think some of you were spot on in saying that the interface between those committees and city council was very missing during our STR extravaganza. I think, one of the things brought up, I really want to express how much time commitment this involves. And if you really feel that you can meet the commitment. I know in the notice it said 20 to 25 hours of commitment. If you're only putting in 20 to 25 hours, you're really not meeting the requirements of the commitment. I know that, sometimes it gets a little slow, but sometimes it's noticeable when council isn't prepared. And I know one time they come up when they gave the grant to 4PA, and the 4PA grant didn't meet the specifications of the grant. We all went unanimous with consent and didn't even talk about it. So I really want you to appreciate how much work is going to be involved here. And, if you don't think you can make the commitment, then drop out, because this position should be, a 40-hour plus commitment. And then on a final note, I forget who said it. They mentioned taking the time to dig deep into issues. I hope one of you has the backbone to say, hey, maybe city council needs to meet an extra time 3 or 4 times a year so that you actually can dig deep and not just sit here and the first time, hopefully, you're not having serial meetings. The first time it's brought to council and there's a vote and there's not any discussion. All right. Hey, thank you.
Thank you, James. John? I correctly assessed. Go ahead, and then we'll go to Carol online.
John Ralston, and I guess I clearly do know the procedure. I want to second the comments about the federal government and the border patrol issues. Not seeing it on the agenda, of course, I couldn't have anything prepared. So the thing I'm really prepared about is the ordinance regarding the charges you're going to make on utilities. I want to thank Mayor Dexter as being the only person that approached me with regards to this item in the past 2 weeks. Thank you. And after speaking with her, I'm not sure she is clear what this item is. I mentioned 2 weeks ago, I'm not clear what this item is. I didn't hear anything from staff that might want to contact me. I think they've got my contact information. I didn't get any clarity from them. So I assume there's 6 of you. But I might be able to get 6 different answers as to what this ordinance is. As I think the mayor and I had with our brief discussion, she wasn't sure about some of the issues that I posed to her. I don't mean to put words in her mouth, but that's how I interpreted her conversation with me. So I urge you not to pass this thing until there's some clarity out to the public, some input from the public, and act in a proactive manner. Thank you.
Thank you, John. All right, we'll go to Carol Scholl online. Before we get started, I need to grab my phone so I can use it as a timer. Can't find it. Sure. 3. So if we can unmute Carol and then Carol, I want to make sure we can hear you and then I have my timer ready before we get started, before you get started. She went away. She took her hand down. Okay. All right. She took her hand down. So, oh, it's back up. All right. If we can unmute her. Well, something's wrong on her end, I bet. Or something's going on because she just keeps putting her hand down. Okay, we do have a second public comment period, Carol. So we will have another opportunity for you to speak. Now it shows your hand up. Okay, let's try unmuting. Sometimes WebEx is a little weird, and this might be one of those times when there's an issue on the back end that keeps us from being able to unmute.
Okay, I think I'm in.
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, please state your name and whether or not you're a resident. We can hear you, so I'm going to go ahead and start your 3-minute timer.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Carol Scholl. I live in Port Angeles. Sorry I can't be there. I have summertime COVID. So first off, I do want to thank all the council members for the service you are doing for our community to make our community a better place. But I'm very concerned that Homeland Security, which includes the Customs and Border Patrol and ICE, is violating the U.S. Constitution and state of Washington law enforcement protocols and making our community unsafe. So I'm asking the city to take action. I have a law enforcement background. I worked in corrections for 20 years, and some of that time as a parole officer. And when I worked for parole and probation, I had to do these oaths all the time to uphold the United States Constitution, all of it. And I swore an oath to uphold state laws. So it really upsets me to see ICE and the agencies supporting ICE and their operations break the law, wearing masks, hiding identities, driving unmarked cars, doing illegal searches, raiding workplaces, and disrupting fire operations.
So I'm asking the city to ensure these actions don't take place here. And I think it is kind of simple to require all law enforcement operating within the city to be identifiable at all times. And this includes having clear marking on vehicles as to what agency they belong to, and ensure law enforcement follow all laws. And finally, to direct law enforcement to arrest anyone who breaks those laws. And those might be members of ICE and even our local CPB. And finally, I'd like the City Council to demand inspections of the detention facility here at the CPB headquarters on Highway 101. Illegal operations have already occurred there. The SUVs involved in the fire operations where they arrested the firefighters left from our facility. So I know that the city does not necessarily have control over a federal facility, but you can certainly ask Congresswoman Emily Randall to inspect it. And finally, I just want to mention again, public safety. All these actions are really making us all unsafe. And that's it. So thank you again for your time and unmuting me. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. All right. We will move on to our agenda, to the other parts of our agenda, and we do have a second public comment period for anyone who's interested in that when we get there. So that brings us to our consent agenda. Is there anything anyone would like to pull from the consent agenda? I don't hear anything. Anyone would like to add to the consent agenda?
Yes.
Laura, go ahead.
I would like to add I3 permanent committee appointment recommendation for the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee.
Is there any opposition to adding I3? Okay, then I will do so. Okay, then I will go ahead and read the consent agenda. The expenditure report from August 9th, 2025 to August 22nd, 2025 in the amount of $2,379,515.85. 2025 wastewater modeling support services PSA-2025-01 amendment number 1. 2024 ODT winter storm repairs CON-2024-44 final acceptance. 2025 surveying services PSA 2025-05 amendment number 1. Equipment purchase electric meter testing unit. Material purchase bollard light replacement at Pebble Beach Park. And permanent committee appointment recommendation for Lodging Tax Advisory Committee. Any comments, questions, or a motion to approve? Lindsay?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right. Do you have a question, comment?
I was going to speak to a couple of items on it. It's the surveying services. You know, we're amending this contract up to $134,000 for surveying. I think about what would Ron Richards do? He would bring that work in-house, and he would have surveyors in the city. And I can't imagine that we'd spend more that way than by outsourcing this work. So I didn't pull this from the consent agenda because we're basically amending an existing contract, but I wish I'd spoken up to it earlier when we first did the contract. And I think for years we've been saying, let's analyze how much time we spend, or how much equivalent of staff time we spend on outside contractors, and where does it make sense for us to bring that work in-house and be more efficient with that. Sometimes, you know, it's intermittent work. But something like surveying, it seems like we have a whole list of surveying projects and even kind of a slush fund in there. So like, let's bring that in-house. Let's make that something that we have a city position for a surveyor and save people's, you know, expense that way. I'd also like to speak to Snanat Salant Saklunt. We did a lot of work as a community, as a council, and I even heard our director of parks say the goal with this renaming is to make a Clallam Place name in Port Angeles on the waterfront. Unfortunately, our staff have not implemented it that way and continue to call it Pebble Beach Park rather than Snanat Salant Saklunt. And I know I'm not even pronouncing it right, but we can at least try. So let's just all we have to do is flip it around, right? We have the Clallam language there. So put Snonnet, and Secloon, and then parentheses, Pebble Beach Park. So that is what people petitioned for. That is what the council approved. And that is what our staff should be implementing. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Anything else? All right, so we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as read. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. All right, hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And that brings us to item G1, which is the second reading of the ordinance regarding the utility base rate. And I'm going to go to Serena for that.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. So this next item before you is the second reading of the updates to the utility base rate ordinance that was adopted in December of last year. As a reminder, this ordinance discontinues allowing customers to disconnect from utility services voluntarily, except for in emergency situations, to promote fairness within the utilities. So this item was included in the city's strategic plan and was separated into two phases. The first of which includes customers that currently have meters on their property and voluntarily disconnect from the system. So this includes part-time residents, snowbirders, and vacant parcels that have a utility meter on the premises. The second phase includes vacant properties that have never received utility services. And the changes before you tonight apply to the first phase only. Phase 2 would require council action at a later date to move forward. The changes included in the ordinance before you intend to provide more clarity and definition. And this is the second reading of the ordinance. Since that first reading, there have not been any changes to the ordinance before you. Staff are recommending council conduct the second reading of the ordinance amending section 13.16.010 of the Port Angeles Municipal Code relating to utility base rates and adopt the ordinance. And staff is available for any questions that you may have.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and do the second reading really quickly, and then I will go to questions. It's basically what Serena just said, but an ordinance of the City of Port Angeles, Washington regarding maintenance of utility infrastructure, amending Chapter 13.16 utility accounts of the Port Angeles Municipal Code. And Lindsay, you have your hand up.
I move to adopt the ordinance.
Second.
All right, Lindsay, go ahead and speak to your motion.
Yeah, so I think one of the public comments put it best. You shouldn't get a bill for water you don't use. I would add to that, you should get a bill for having the ability to use that water. That's how we have structured our utility rates. Our utility rates are a base rate, which is the cost of being connected to the utility service, and a consumption rate, which is the amount of water you use or the amount of kilowatt hours you use, energy use. So if you're not using water, but you have the ability to use water, you are paying a base rate, or you should be paying a base rate. And that's basically what we implemented and are now clarifying again with this ordinance.
Drew, go ahead.
Just because I want to do my due diligence, what I understand is what we are currently voting on is if you have a meter, commercial or residential, you will have the base rate, and consumption is entirely separate, not entirely separate, is separate from that, however.
That is correct.
Okay, that was my understanding of what we were currently voting on.
Thank you. Navarro, go ahead.
I think that we've talked about this at length, and I just want to highlight one of the things that's mentioned in our packet, that this is a strategic focus area in our strategic plan that was related specifically to the goal of incentivizing conversion of vacant housing of the base rate into the cost of service analysis. And I think that's important because some of these conversations came up during the STR extravaganza, as it was so wonderfully put. And I think it's something that, you know, most people at that time were petitioning us for. Look at ways that we can incentivize development, that there are these vacant lots or underutilized lots in our community that, you know, essentially bring our property rates down, can be, not always, blighted properties, and certainly could be better used in many ways than they are. And additionally, that the rest of our community is subsidizing those vacant lots. And, you know, we heard earlier today by many of the council candidates, and I think we have talked as a council at length about the ways that, you know, it's, you know, everybody's struggling. The cost of living is going up and up, and yet some people are not paying their fair share. And I think this is one way that we can help both incentivize additional housing and freeing up those lots to, to be more desirable to build, and also as a way to make sure that the infrastructure we have is being paid for by the people who own that infrastructure and not the rest of the community.
Anyone else? Okay, I will just speak to my previous question since I did talk to Mr. Ralston before this, and then had some clarification from Serena that what we are talking about with this ordinance. So I told him that his point was well taken after the last public comment at the meeting at our previous meeting. I, for one, am certainly guilty of using the term vacant property in a variety of different ways that I think is not helpful and can be confusing to people. And so I think the clarification provided by Serena is that this ordinance is for any parcel improvement or with improvements or otherwise that has a meter. They're basically just going to charge the meters. That's an easy way to think about it. And so that's not a great way to articulate it for the purposes of this discussion, but I'm open to a future amendment to not include the empty land with no improvement, even if there's a permit, a meter there, because obviously there's nothing to turn on because there's no structure there. But I'm very much in favor of the ordinance which we have already passed to include everyone with all improvements that have meters. So all houses or structures of any kind with meters to pay. I will go ahead and support the motion tonight and then think about whether or not there's a way to, because it's late, I didn't ask this question last time, to know what would it take to carve that piece out in the short term, if there was even council support, which it doesn't sound like there is. So I think it's important to pass the ordinance tonight because it's already been passed, and this is just updating with some clarifying language, which I think we probably will still hear doesn't really help clarify anything, but I think it does help clarify some things for certain groups. So with that, I will be done with my comments. Anyone else? All right, so we have a motion to approve the ordinance amending section 13.16.010 of the Port Angeles Municipal Code relating to utility base rates. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. All right, hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. All right. Next we have, let's do a presentation and then take a quick break. We have a presentation by Panthera, and that is, I apologize if I say the name wrong, Mark Elbrock and Vanessa Castle. And if you want to just come on down to the podium, that would be great.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. It's a pleasure to be here. So we were asked to just kind of give an overview of what we're up to. There it is. So it's up. Good. And I guess the 30-second version of this presentation is really we're just thrilled to share that we're here, that we're based out of Port Angeles, and that we're excited to support the community in learning about this animal, and importantly, in learning how to live with it in our backyards, which is increasingly happening. So we're here as a resource. Yeah.
Hi, Squatchy, Eamton Snatcha, Ethwanis Claims, and Shot Shoth Achi and Stachi. Hi. It's so good to be here. I'm Vanessa Castle, or Eamton is my traditional name, and I'm from the Lower Elwha tribe. And it's a good day today. Thank you for having us.
Thanks, Vanessa. So in your packet, I have Vanessa's contact in mind, and I forgot to change it before I sent it to you guys via online. But away we go. I'm going to go fairly quickly here because we have 15 minutes. Not working?
There's often a bit of a delay. So try one more time, just one, so
One
you
more
don't
time.
scooch 3 slides forward. Because it did go forward and then flipped back. So we'll see.
There we go. Should I move the batteries?
There we go. It went. I was just thinking of, that was you. Okay. Okay.
Well, anyways, so we work for Panthera, and it's an organization that's sort of got folks around the world. We're about 400 staff. We are, ultimately our mission is to protect the landscapes in which are inhabited by wildcats and to work on the conservation of these species, which increasingly is really an issue of helping folks live alongside cats. No? Okay. There we are, our vision and mission. Given the delay, I'll just keep going. There we are, that's our global footprint, just sort of give you an idea, but based in North America, our sort of flagship species is right here. This is it. We're here. And that's what I'm going to focus on sharing tonight, is just an overview of what we call the Olympic Cougar Project. So the big thing I would emphasize is that this is a huge operation and a true collaboration with a lot of local folks. So we have about 30 folks who contribute to the work that's ongoing called the Olympic Cougar Project. It is importantly and most fundamentally a collaboration with 6 tribal nations and the Department of Transportation, as well as the Point No Point Treaty Council. So these are some of the folks who contribute that you can see on the screen behind me. Lots of people, lots of amazing work going on. And we have grown our footprint and sort of the issues that we are attempting to address. We began our collaboration with really trying to look at connectivity and looking at the health of the peninsula as a whole and how can we increase connectivity with the Cascades on the other side of Interstate 5. And so we've done a lot of work on that, and I'll summarize it briefly here. The other big focus was really capacity building, which stretches across everything from working with the next generation of biologists that might study these animals or learn about them or represent them and sort of scientific circles and decision making, to working with the local communities who have brought questions or concerns to us. And in particular, when we first arrived, the tribes that we partner with were very much interested in how do we count animals without getting in helicopters and risking lives. So that's sort of been one of our big focus so far. We have increasingly shifted our focus to coexistence. What does it mean to live alongside these animals? And I'll tell you why in the presentation. And then just last, we have increasingly become involved in decision making. So working with especially the Wildlife Commission, providing them sort of scientific resources, insight into the species, into the biology, whether it matches current policy and code that's being played out on the landscape, and hopefully helping support their decision making. So just very briefly, again, I've got a lot of information, probably too much, but it's in the packet. This is some of the best work that's been done on the genetics of mountain lions or cougars that live throughout the Pacific Northwest. And importantly, what this shows is the darkest blue line follows the Interstate 5 corridor south of Olympia to Portland. And what that's essentially done is it's shown that the cougars that live west of Interstate 5 are very different, genetically than those living east of Interstate 5. And in fact, their genetic diversity sort of within the population is the lowest of any population in the Pacific Northwest, and their inbreeding coefficients are the highest. We've gone much deeper than this since this time, looking at individual inbreeding. And what's interesting to note is that some cats are super inbred on the peninsula and others seem not inbred at all. And so it really is, we're still trying to parse out what this all means for the health of the local population. But that was really the impetus for what we were doing. We can look at sort of the average daily traffic loads of these main roads, and those in red are really the most impactful on the ability for cougars and other wildlife to remain connected on a large scale. So I won't go too in depth, but that's the I-5 corridor, which is of interest. One of our main sort of ways of looking at this has been actually tracking individual animals.
And you'll see that little dot up there. That's sort of an animal that was captured when young. We mark them with GPS colors so that you can see their travel. And the red and the orange are the sort of most built up areas. You can see it move south across 12, bumped into Olympia, tried to cross several times before moving south again, bouncing off I-5 again. And then he does that, I think, a total of 5 times before hitting the Columbia River. He ended up being killed by a hunter legally. So, but it's just an amazing visual story that shows you how difficult it is for cats to get off the peninsula or on. So our work thus far is really, we've gathered endless data, done all sorts of scientific modeling to build sort of how and to understand how we could connect better with the Cascadia. We've informed the Washington Wildlife Connectivity Working Group. We finished in 2024 the Southwest Washington I-5 Wildlife Crossing Conceptual Design Report. This is not just us. This is a huge collaboration with state wildlife agencies, other NGOs like Conservation Northwest. And most recently this year, we were part of the group that helped create the Washington Habitat Connectivity Action Plan. So all of our data has been sort of going and feeding these large-scale efforts that influence not just our communities, but those broader beyond us. This is some data as well, just to show you the different models, but we don't need to go into that. I think we're doing other things. Some of the other topics, just to let you know kind of what we're up to, we've been counting cats, quite literally, trying to figure out how best to do it. They're hard to count, they're hard to see, they're hard to find in the woods, but we've come up with some great methods to do so, and we're actually finalizing our final outputs and should have that within the month for sort of estimating the abundance of cats across the peninsula. We're also doing that for black bear, elk, and as well as deer. We've looked at prey and we've looked at how their behavior. I don't really need to describe this much. It's in your packet, but those who are interested, black-tailed deer is like, that's almost all they eat. Elk being second, raccoons and beaver, their next most common prey. This was an interesting one, was we were looking about how they were dying. This is an old slide. We've now got more cats that have died and we can assign how they died. But importantly, the pattern was clear that humans are the main reason they're dying, and that the lethal removal by the State Wildlife Agency following conflict in people's backyards is the main reason. So that turned us to doing very different things. And now our main focus is in helping communities live alongside cats. I'll quickly run through some slides here. One of our main efforts right now, I think this is where the council may have reached out to us over, is we've been reaching out a lot in the community to get volunteers to join our research effort, and we're testing 3 different fence designs to see what works and what doesn't, what keeps cats on one side of the fence and livestock on the other, so that we can reduce conflict in people's backyards. It's a super scientific experiment, super well, it's very defensible, et cetera, in terms of interpreting results. This happened just last week, was, you know, an actual depredation inside the fenced enclosures, showing that the one that's in the upper corner there may not be effective in keeping cats out. So that project will be ongoing for the next 2 years. Very quickly, some of our other main focus right now is the Olympic National Park approached us and said, hey, we'd like to look at human-cat interactions. Specifically, could we figure out a way to reduce their activity in places where there are the most tourists, or these super high places where visitors are just in the thousands every week? Can we keep cats sort of less happy about spending time there? In particular, they were interested in the Elwha because it's about to open for recreational fishing. So could we do pre-data and post data to see if that really impacts how cats use the landscape? So that's just begun. And then outreach, as I said, is a big deal for us, focusing a lot about how to live with them, especially with livestock in our backyards. And that is the end of the formal presentation. Again, the big message is that we're here. Please call on us anytime you like. And Vanessa is sort of, is our newest hire, and she's going to be developing this entire new sort of branch of what we're up to, which is developing the strategy to elevate the Indigenous communities here to become, you know, the conservation leaders that they already are. So Vanessa, I don't know if you want to share anything in particular about that or just open it up to questions. So, yeah.
All right, are there questions from council? Go ahead, Namara.
Well, I have so many questions, but I will keep them brief now and maybe just reach out with all my other questions later. But congratulations, Vanessa. Our community is lucky to have you in that role. But I have two questions. The first is, can you speak a little bit more about the legal hunting of cougars and if there's anything that you think that the city council level can do around that? And then I'll ask my second question.
So there is a legal hunting season in Washington. It's an extended season. It's and purposefully because Washington is one of two states that has legal hunting but doesn't allow for hound pursuit, at least by the public. And so most states allow for hounds, trained scent trailing hounds. That increases your success rate as a hunter dramatically. And so by countering the sort of reduced opportunity, if you will, they've sort of made licenses or tags much more available. So you can get them in packages now, but it just increases the people on the landscape that could potentially hunt a cat. So that, in fact, even without hound hunting, we've seen the same number of cats on average hunted per year in Washington state. So how can we at the city level think about it? I think the big change last year, which was, I think, really important, we're the only state in the United States that incorporates all human-caused mortality into setting hunting limits. So for instance, if there's a county or a game unit that is experiencing high depredation rates and the state is removing lots of cats, that's going to reduce the opportunity for hunters to harvest animals in that area. It's the right thing to do, absolutely, biologically, to sort of protect the sort of populations of cats. But it does now create an interplay with humans. So at the city level, you want to be supporting activities that reduce that conflict that leads to lethal removal. And in that way, you would be best supporting opportunities for folks who want to pursue that kind of recreation. How best to do that? We've just banned deer and elk feeding, as you know, which is fantastic. But at the city level, you could also be doing more. Raccoons are a huge issue. They're a big draw for cougars, a big draw, especially youngsters, which are they're more likely to take risks. We'll describe them that way. So they're going to be more likely to go in someone's backyard, even though it's the middle of the day, even though there's someone there, and to kind of have a sniff around. And there's so many raccoons associated with our towns, and people feed them. They put out cat food, etc. And our coastal regions are just loaded with raccoons. So that's something you consider is, feeding of wildlife, making sure that you are locking that down, because the best thing that people can do to support wildlife is to keep them wild.
That's very helpful. Thank you. And then my second question is, if you could just, I think, right, there was a cougar incident on Hurricane Ridge that made national news, and obviously very sad. And very sad for the family involved, very sad for the loss of the cougar. And I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit about that, and particularly maybe some trail safety or ways that when we're out enjoying our national parklands that we're able to also be cougar aware, if that sort of makes sense.
Yeah. Great. I'll give you a bit of history. Because it was in the national park, it's under federal jurisdiction. So they're sort of guiding the process of releasing most of the information to the public. And I want to respect that. But I can share, what's been shared so far and where we are. So there was an incident in several years back where a child was bitten near Lake Angeles. At that time, the park asked us to come in as the local research team, who also had trained hounds and things like that, to come assist them to finding the cat. We unfortunately, the train of information, the telephone game, reached us hours and hours and hours after the incident. We weren't able to locate the cat. They encouraged us to keep looking for cats in the area. We ended up catching this male that was in the recent incident that fall. That was in several months or 3 months after the actual incident in July. So we put a collar on this male. There was no genetic material to know for certain whether this could be the cat that had been involved in biting a youngster. And for that reason, because we could not know, there was no way of knowing for sure, the park said, well, you know, given our objectives and our mission statement, we'll let this cat go. And so off he went. He was now wearing a GPS collar. We followed him for the last 2 years. He is a frequent visitor of Hurricane Ridge, the Elwha River Valley. He is frequently seen. He seems very comfortable with people. I mean, he was very unique in this way. He'd never been a threat, but he would sit next to trails like Hurricane Hill, which is getting, you know, thousands of people, and walking through groups of people. He was unusual by far, and yet he never was aggressive. And for this reason, again, the park didn't do anything other than shoot him with paintball guns once in a while to encourage him to leave the area. They approached us and said, well, what can we do about this? And we actually designed a project to start hazing cats in these high intensity areas. And we had only started 2 weeks before the incident. So we were just beginning, and he was our first candidate because we had pre-data on him. We knew where he went, and we wanted to see if we could change his behavior and get him to spend more time elsewhere. That's sort of the background to kind of get us where he is. He was a 5-year-old male this year, so he's an adult. What I can share is, you know, what we learned is when the incident occurred, we were again contacted. We supported the national park in their decision making and removing the cat, and we helped carry him out. And so since then, there's been a lot of work to kind of answer the question why. You know, was he an odd cat? What was wrong with him? You know, because that's generally the first assumption, right? Because cats don't do this normally. This is odd behavior. And what I can share is, you know, basically what they call the gross necropsy is when we actually pull him open and kind of have a look at the cat. He was underweight. He was filled with tapeworms. All his lymph nodes were swollen, which these are all signs of stress. So he was not healthy. Coloration of his muscles changed, which is again a sign of unhealth. We don't have the full report back on all of the potential things that might have been wrong with him, or if there is any evidence that there is something more wrong with him. But based on that, we assume that he is an unhealthy individual. Again, he had never been aggressive to that day, but on that day, he did, in fact, grab a 4-year-old boy on the shoulder and run off with him. The father saw the cougar, because it was wearing a collar, assumed it was a dog, just kind of brushed it off in his brain. Of course, they pursued the moment that the child was grabbed and, you know, was quickly dropped the child, and they carried the child to the Hurricane Ridge, sort of, well, what was the visitor center, and the emergency response was enacted. And, you know, one of the things I'll say is there was a life flight, not because of the state of the child, but because they were uncertain the time window when dealing with the potential for anything that's in the claws or teeth of a cat, which we know have high viral loads. And so they weren't sure how fast they needed to move. So they, of course, went with safety and said, let's fly this child out as quickly as we can. And that's what's happened. Since then, cat's gone. And the park has done a fantastic job, in my opinion, of sort of containing the story, keeping to the facts, and we will see their next public information release probably very soon, because I know that this week we're getting the information. So, oh, and then safety. What do you do when you encounter a cat? Cougars are not like bobcats. Bobcats are, you know, you'd never get in a cage with a bobcat. You'd never crawl into your house with a bobcat. They're super aggressive. They're super fast, and you will end up getting hurt. Cougars, their disposition is more shy, and they want to retreat. They're always looking for the exit. I've crawled into many tight spaces with them, feeling never concerned. That said, you know, one of the things I emphasize is that when you encounter a cat, generally they're just cats, right? They sit down, they may look at you, they may have their ears up, they may just, which is really unnerving, right? They're looking at you, but that's just a cat. Like it hasn't done anything weird yet. And so generally they'll sit, and if their ears are forward, they're just watching you. They don't know what you are, or they haven't decided what your threat is at this point. They're just kind of checking you out. If they drop, the head drops below the shoulders, and you see the ears go back, and it's starting to look like they're checking you out, you can always end that generally by reminding them you're a human. So I clap my hands loud, and I yell at them. And I encourage folks to take 2 steps forward because they do not want to fight. And so the second they're put off, like their momentum of gaining and trying to make you afraid, it throws them off their game and they just leave. You can also physically strike them. Sound doesn't always work. Some people will shoot a gun or air horns. I mean, it just doesn't always work with cats. They'll just kind of go like this, and then they'll just go back to doing what they were doing. Whereas if you hit them with a rock or a water bottle or something like that, they're just like, whoa, and they go. So yeah, my recommendation is be human, be loud, wave your hands, clap your hands, and take a step or 2 before them. I recognize that for folks, especially who don't know the species, it's terrifying. But control, just keep your focus on the animal. Increasingly, people pull out their phone, and I'm like, stop looking at your phone, respect the animal, because that cat will know if your attention is not on them, and they will see that as a chance to move forward. So, yeah.
Lindsay, and then Latricia.
I think we have 2 opportunities for your technical assistance. One is our comprehensive plan, which is a big 20-year vision for Port Angeles and includes things like urban wildlands interfaces and environmental stewardship in our creek corridors. So I hope that you can provide comments on that. And then the other is, I think we're working on an animal husbandry code, and it sounds like a big part of what attracts cougars into an urban area like Port Angeles is the availability of their prey, and their prey is based on whether or not there's food, such as outdoor cat food or potentially raccoons getting into chicken food, stuff like that. So potentially input into the livestock animal husbandry ordinance might be useful as well. So thank you.
No, that would be fantastic. We would love that. And if you see deer in your backyard, you are in cat habitat. That's what they're looking for, and they run into livestock along the way, and they may or may not, take advantage, especially if it's unprotected.
Thank you. Latricia, go ahead.
Well, you just described all of Port Angeles.
Exactly.
Everybody sees deer in their backyard. But I think one of the questions for candidates earlier was about ecological protection. And I think that, again, this talks about striking a balance. And I'm just curious as to, with the issues, according to your graph, deer were their top prey and stuff. And in my lifetime, I've only seen 1 cougar from behind. So I was going up to Hurricane Ridge. He must have been chasing, or she must have been chasing prey, and it got to the road. And then the prey went over probably a deer to go down, and it turned around and said, well, I'm not going any further, probably because of the road. And then I was lucky enough to see the rear end and tail, and I was very impressed. I'm like, oh my goodness, that tail is freaking huge. And but back to kind of, besides, keeping cat food in, if you have cats that are outdoors, I've got raccoons that pester me and my cats all the time, and the neighborhood cats, and we have deer. So how can we as citizens do better to not encourage deer, or what can we do better to work with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife to maybe have some type of plan that, I can't imagine you do a Pied Piper and you drawing deer out of the town, but how can we partner better as a city municipality with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife with the knowledge that you guys have? Because as you also indicated too, the I-5 corridor blocks kind of that easy mode of the cougar species from the east and west side. And so I would imagine that our cougar population is a lot lower, and maybe that's why we have an increase of deer population in our community. Is that assumption correct? Are we struggling with a lower population, which leads to higher deer population in our neighborhoods, or is it just the deer are comfortable and they know that they're not going to be preyed upon? The other question I have is I'm curious is how does Fish and Wildlife determine the number of deer licenses that they allow for each year? I'm kind of curious about that. So a lot in that.
Yeah, there's a lot there. I don't think we have any less cats than other parts of the state. In fact, the Pacific Northwest in particular is so rich that I expect in parts of the peninsula that we have more cats in terms of per unit space than other parts of Washington. Cats never get as dense as bears, for instance. I heard Rich Beausoleil, the Washington State Cougar and Bear Specialist, say that if you have a cat number, you can multiply it by 50, and that's typically the bear number in the area, and that holds really well. So just in terms of numbers, you never think of cats as sort of taking over. There's, a couple per every sort of 20 square miles or something like that. And so I don't think you should be concerned about that. Deer are comfortable with people. Absolutely. That is an issue. At the ordinance level, one of the things that I've been talking to the state about, but it could be done at the county level or even at a town's level, is, there are two ways to address this conflict issue. One is to say that we put the responsibility on the landowner. And we do that for some things. For instance, there's fines for leaving food out in bear habitat. And so you could look at that sort of avenue. The other is to incentivize or to support communities that need help and to recognize that Port Angeles, as you said, is entirely cat habitat. Can we help the people who live here? And so we already do that in Washington through a program where there's public money available for folks who are having conflict with elk. We can help you build a fence. You can have this public money. It can help mitigate that conflict. Oregon has done similar things with carnivores. We're having a discussion, among some folks at the state level about whether we could have a pilot program on the peninsula to try that. Like, what if there was public funds that, someone's in a place where they're experiencing conflict, they've lost an alpaca, they've lost a goat. Could we help them build a fence that will work so that they don't stop experiencing that kind of interaction with cats, which protects cats, because if they kill a goat, they're dead, as well as protects and the people and the animals that they often love. That's the big thing here is that pets, livestock here are pets, as much as a resource.
Well, that doesn't, I guess we need to build big enough fences to keep deer out of our yards.
Yeah, some folks hate them. Yeah.
You are correct. Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I think maybe the city of Port Angeles, we can put more information on the website. I think it was starting May 1st. It is illegal to feed deer. So if you have neighbors that are feeding deer, putting out apples or food for deer, you can turn them in. They will receive a fine for feeding deer. So that is because of parasites and stuff like that. Yeah. That's why they've implemented that rule. So maybe as a city, we can remind our citizens either in neighborhoods with utility bills to not feed the deer, that it is illegal. I mean, it's something that the city can consider also.
Yeah, keep the deer out and you'll keep conflict down. That is a big, big message.
Okay. So one thing that I'm focusing on, and maybe it's something that can be taken to a bigger audience, is youth education. A lot of our locals have never interacted with cougars, which is good, but educating them about cougars and the role that they play in our ecosystem and learning how to build a right relationship with those animals is a good way to go. So educating everybody about what role they play and that we even live in cougar country. A lot of the times we come across people who have had a cougar on their property and they don't even know that they live in cougar country. So that's a big step, is like, how can we educate the general public that you live in cougar country if they don't know, and then what to do and how to protect your animals. And so that's why we've kind of shifted to focus.
I would love you to see ordinances about protecting livestock requirements, because we'll get to properties that are where depredation occurs and they're free ranging. They live on the edge of DNR land or something. Or you get there and the goats are tied to ropes, but there's no fence. And, you know, we're still killing the cat. And we do need livestock owners to take responsibility for their animals.
All right. Thank you very much. I
Thank
did
you.
have the opportunity to interact with the cougar, and I'm thinking there's a chance it was the one based on what you were talking about, the one that I did not see it at Hurricane Ridge. I saw it on DNR land. And at first I thought it was a big deer, and then yeah, the tail is like, oh, that is definitely not a. And I was walking my brother's dog who is about this big. I was like, oh, that's gonna be an awkward conversation. Anyway, he was clearly just curious, and he jumped down and stopped on the trail for a minute and looked at us, and then hopped down. And I'm friends with someone who works with you all, and so I texted her and said, hey, can you check and see who that was? Because I thought it was pretty amazing. And yeah, and I, having had that one experience, can concur that it is equally terrifying, and with very quick hindsight, clearly was not threatening us and could have snatched the small dog. And I'm like, come on, let's go. And it's like, do. So it clearly wasn't interested. I mean, it was just curious, and then carried on. We were a little more on edge the rest of the walk, but, and put the dogs on their leash. So we had a little better control. But I appreciate the work you're doing, and it was cool to be able to learn a little bit more about it once we got home.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Yeah,
And I think
and-
you've given us some good food for thought for things we might be able to tackle to work in collaboration with you.
Yeah, and we're happy to engage in any conversation you ever want to have. So thank you
Great.
so much for the opportunity.
Thanks for coming.
Here. I'll leave you with one fun fact about that cat from the Hurricane Ridge is we got videos of him multiple times fishing for salmon, diving into beaver ponds and pulling out coho, huge ones. A really unique individual, really cool.
Yeah.
Out of the Elwha River even.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
He knows good fishing when he sees it. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Hotninson.
Hotninson. All right. We will take, I'm going to suggest that we do, I'm going to request that we do a quick break, and we'll come back and pick up with the council appointment process. And by quick, I mean a 5-minute break. just waiting for one council member and then two. Then we'll get started. All right, now we need to go ahead and get started again. So I am going to open the document and then share my screen. Hopefully I've got it right. And if I can get it correct. Here we go. All right, everyone can see that. Let's see if I can make it a little bit bigger. It's still, no, this is just for me to fill in. I need to move my screen over. Okay, well, it's okay. All right, so I'm going to attempt to manage ranked choice voting, though I haven't used it truly before. And we only have 3 candidates, so I realize that's going to make things a little bit different. But basically, when I call on you, I think we're just going to start by giving your scores, and then we'll go from there and see where we land. So when I call on you, if you can tell me your rank, in what order do you prefer the candidates? So your first choice, your second choice, or your third choice? Why is everyone looking? Right.
Awkward.
What?
It's deeply uncomfortable, Kate, to rank people.
I know, but it has to be in order. I'm sorry, it is uncomfortable, and it is public. So so all the more credit to you for showing up and being a part of the process. But we need to say who's our first choice, our second choice, and our third choice, and then we will move forward. If as soon as one candidate has 4 votes, then that candidate is the majority winner, and there can only be one candidate with 4 votes because there are only 3 candidates. So unless my math is wrong, because there are 3 candidates and we all can only choose one first choice. So, but you have to have 4, you have to be the first choice for 4 people. So if there is not an obvious first choice, like if one candidate has 3 and the other 2 have 1 or 2, then we move to another round. We remove 1. Whoever has the highest score is removed, and then we rank the remaining 2. So maybe a little complicated, but we're going to give it a shot. So have a little grace with me while we work through it, and council, feel free to be like, I think that's not correct, but go ahead.
Okay, so I have a feeling I'm going first, so I'm going to ask a procedural question. Okay, so am I just choosing my first choice? Or am I telling you my first, second, and third choice?
Correct.
Okay.
And if you guys need a minute, because we went straight to our meeting, we can pause for just a minute if people need a minute to consider their order. Go ahead, Lindsay.
I'll say a few things while we all consider our order. One, I was disappointed in everyone's answer to the last question because it was a trick question. It says the majority of council spelled COUNSEL. Now, it is a little confusing because majority of council usually refers to city council, which is spelled different. Council in this context sounds like we're talking about the city attorney, although you don't say the majority of city attorney. So that syntactically doesn't make sense. So I think everyone's forgiven, but
We do have two lawyers on city council.
I was a little upset. So, you three were our top picks and nobody caught it. So, with that said though, like last time we did this process, by January, all three of the people who made it to this stage will be on city council. So, thank you for your willingness to serve now and your willingness to serve in the future, because you are now tapped and expected to stand up as a civil servant on behalf of the city or maybe some other local government. So thank you for doing this. And as we said before, we have to come to a decision of one person. And that's not easy. We have to do this in public, and that's not easy. And so apologies to whoever we each respectively mark third, and we have no choice really better than what we've come up with. And so thank you for your willingness to go through this process. Thank you for stepping forward, for taking time to interview in public. And, I think all of you would be fantastic council members. In the end, there can be only one.
Thank you for that lovely lead-in. We can go in the order that it is on the form, and I'll go last. So, Deputy Mayor Carr.
Well, as Lindsay said, I think, we'd be lucky to have all three people on city council. And as I said, it is deeply uncomfortable to rank people, especially because I know everybody personally and consider all three people friends. So, and I think many of us on council are in that same position. And I also want to acknowledge that I think having this public process is extremely important, where everybody can watch the interviews, they can hear what we talk about, and they can see how we have chosen folks. And I think that our council has again and again affirmed our commitment to ranked choice voting, which in this context does feel uncomfortable, but I also think it's the right thing to do. So with that, my number one choice is John. My number two choice is Christy, and my number three choice is Laurel.
Councilmember Miller.
I, on the other hand, love ranking people. This is super hard. I don't need to say I agree with all of that. My number one is John Hamilton. My number two is Christy Holy. And my number three is Laurel Kripe. And I extend my thanks to all of you guys.
Lindsay.
And also to clarify, I think we're using the process that we are borrowing from City of Olympia, which got support from some voting nerds and Fair Vote Washington in creating a ranked choice voting system for a small number of voters, which is a little tricky. And part of that nuance is we do each have to rank all three for a small vote ranked choice voting to work. So with that said, and to make sure we get to round two, maybe, I'm going to do Laurel and then John and then Christy.
I own a game store, so ranking people comes second natural to me at this point. So my three in order will be John, Christy, and then Laurel.
All right, Latricia.
I just, being through this myself, thank you everyone who participated. I think Lindsay hit it on the head. They're all great candidates, and it's a process that we need to go through. Again, I am familiar with every candidate, and thank you all for joining and participating. And for those that don't make it past here, again, we have plenty of committees and seats that I do expect to see your guys' names coming across and participating. And I know a lot of all three of you have volunteered and dedicated hours to the community. So thank you for that. Number 1, it's John Hamilton, 2, Laurel, and 3, Christy.
Right, I will go next. And I will also say, I think as uncomfortable as the position is, I think it is particularly important. We can use executive session for the, to evaluate the fitness of people for the position. And so we could do that in this case, but we feel like while it can be a little uncomfortable, it's really important that we do it in public and are transparent about it. And that's particularly because it's a unique privilege that we have as elected officials on this body to fill an open position on behalf of the community until the community can vote. And so it is important, I think, that it is an open and transparent process, and that we do it in a public setting so people can observe it, as uncomfortable as it can be. Just a foretaste of when you actually run for office, because you get to be in front of people all the time during your campaign, answering questions and those sorts of things. And so I also think, I forgot what I was going to say. So I will go ahead and fill in mine as well. So my first choice also is John. My second choice is Christy. And my third choice is Laurel. And so if I do the totals, I don't really need to do the totals, but I'll fill it in after the fact. We have John Hamilton has 5 first choice votes, which means that we do not need a round 2 because John has the majority of the votes. Yes, go ahead.
I move to appoint John Hamilton to council position 7.
Second.
Can I ask for a friendly amendment to your motion? If I know that's not a real thing, but I'm just going to ask because it'll be much more efficient. If you can clarify in the motion to be sworn in September 3rd, which is tomorrow, or any day thereafter, just to be clear that it, because I think it's not, we can't do it immediately, but tomorrow so that he's ready for the next meeting would be great.
Curious about that timing. I move to amend the motion to add swearing in date of September 3rd.
Second.
Anyone opposed to the amendment to the main motion, please state your opposition. Okay, hearing none, we have an amended main motion. You have a question? Sorry. Is it about the amendment?
It is.
Okay, sorry.
I don't necessarily think it's an opposition yet, but can he, I mean, he's in the audience. Can he come sit in his seat tonight?
So this, I guess, is my opinion, and I don't know what the law is, but I think because we have other action to take, it's appropriate for him to not be sworn in the middle of the meeting and to be sworn in after the meeting. And I don't know that staff is ready to do that tonight, but anytime tomorrow or after in advance of the next meeting, so he has time to be prepared for the items on the agenda and whatnot.
No, we're going to be nice. Just let him smooth right in, all right?
All right. Bill, did you want to chime in? No? Okay. Too late.
I was just going to say what you just said there, that he has to be sworn in.
Okay.
Which could be anytime after the motion, which you just passed.
Okay. All right. So we have, I'm sorry, because that was out of turn. I didn't call on you ahead of time. But it sounds like you're still okay with your previous vote. So we have an amended main motion to appoint John Hamilton to the open seat, position 7, with a swearing in date of September 3rd or later, but in advance of the September 15th, second meeting of September. I'll just say that. In advance of the second meeting of September. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, there's no one to be opposed. So
Congratulations.
Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. And thank you again to the other applicants who are here who took the time to come and interview with us. And thank you to all of the folks who aren't here but did apply or who are here and did apply. It was nice to have a strong pool of applicants for the position. And I do think it's a great list that I'd love to see on a future ballot. So, all right. Okay, now you got to read the packet. Now you really got to pay attention. I think you've been doing a great job being here, leading up to it, but okay. Hold on, I got to find my agenda in here somewhere. so I know where we are. I just rearranged everything. So Carrie, I'm going to save this and then I'll fill it in after the meeting and send it to you. All right. Nope, that's not it. Sorry. I think we're on the late item, so I don't really need my agenda, but it helps me feel like I'm staying on track. I tucked it in. There it is. Okay. We are on the late item, which I'm going to go to Lindsay for because he asked for it to be on the agenda. And we obviously had some public comment in regard to the issue or the bigger issue for sure. So Lindsay, do you want to start?
Yeah, I really appreciate public comment and concern that we received over the weekend. That's why this was a late item, that, this is kind of late breaking. And I think there's still a lot of news coming out about this particular situation, but there's also the larger context we find ourselves in. I'll go back to January 20th of this year when one of President Trump's executive orders was to challenge the long entrenched legal doctrine of birthright citizenship, which is a constitutional right in the 14th Amendment of the United States. The reason it's there in the 14th Amendment of the United States is because of a case from 1857 called Dred Scott versus Stanford, where the United States Supreme Court said that that Black people descended from Blacks and Black people in the United States could never be citizens of the United States. And we then fought a civil war over the issue of slavery. And after that, in order to undo the Dred Scott decision, the United States, the people of the United States amended the Constitution to include the provision in the 14th Amendment that all persons born in the United States and other jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. So that was directly to undo the Dred Scott decision from 1857, which this year our president made an executive order to create a legal challenge to that provision of the Constitution. So to me, when he says make America great again, he says make America great again like 1857. That's what we're talking about here. So I don't think we should mince words with like the larger intent of the federal administration. And, we're in the situation now being a local government, being basically a subordinate system of the state government, child of the state, if you will, in legal language, and trying to figure out what powers do we have to resist a system that is breaking apart our community. So, what are the effects right now? Going back to a study from last year from the American Immigration Council called Mass Deportation, Devastating Costs to America, Its Budget and Economy, the researchers there found that mass deportations would cause significant labor shocks across multiple key industries, with especially acute impacts on construction, agriculture, and the hospitality sector. We estimate that nearly 14% of people employed in the construction industry are undocumented. Removing that labor would disrupt all forms of construction across the nation, from homes to businesses to basic infrastructure, end quote. So it's really a question right now of, do we care about this deportation agenda from the president and the MAGA Congress regime, or do we actually care about our economy? Do we care about our ability to have goods and services in our community? And do we care about the human rights of people who live in our community, have raised families in our community? My third year of law school, I was in Spokane and I was working at the federal defenders and working on 1326 cases, which are unlawful reentry cases. And this is where our government takes folks who have returned to the United States after being previously deported and basically locks them up to disincentivize them from coming back to the United States again. So it's a criminal offense that, the federal prosecutors would charge, because it's like shooting fish in a barrel. You basically say this person's in the US, they're not legally here, and they came back after being deported before. Or they've been here and they left and they're back. So it's a very easy fact pattern to prove. And the folks that I would meet with in their arraignments were people who had kids who are US citizens, were people who had a US citizen spouse, were people whose entire family was here. And the idea that locking them up would keep them from living with their family was just absurd to me. That was 2012, 2013, right? And I think things have gotten worse. So, we're looking at where we're at in Port Angeles. We have a border. We have an international crossing with the Coho Ferry. We have customs here. And our customs has, been doing their job for a long time. After 9/11 and the USA Patriot Act, additional funding for the reorganization of what became the Department of Homeland Security, our Border Patrol station in Port Angeles got a lot more funding and a lot more officers. They started doing blanket checkpoints of the highway around 2006-ish, 2007. And they were eventually sued and, found to be, in violation of people's constitutional rights and privacy. They settled. And so there was a whistleblower. The whistleblower said, look, I don't have work to do here. Send me to the southern border. Take me somewhere else. But I'm really just spinning my wheels here, looking out of the ocean. And, kind of to prove the point, his coworkers at the time then started slow rolling his house, as if to say they don't have something better to do than surveil their own coworker who became a whistleblower. So this Border Patrol station, has the functions of customs, but also, as people have documented to us, has vehicles that were involved in the Bear Gulch detention and arrest of 2 people who were working on the fire during a red flag warning. So I think my question is, what should we prepare for and what should we understand our powers to be? And also, let's look at this in the context of the big billionaire bill, officially called House Resolution 1, that passed at the beginning of July, which is going to basically triple or so the funding for Border Patrol and ICE and deportation. So, what we're seeing now is only a small part of the resources that the deportation machine is going to have in the near future. So, our authority, there was some requests in the public comments for us to restrict unmarked and, anonymous federal officers. There's some serious questions there about, what authority we have as a city, just like Chicago would. And so I think we need to research more where Chicago's at in that and understand, what's happening there. So I'd like to encourage that research, but that is also something that others are researching, and I don't think we need to direct our staff specifically to research those issues because they're probably the same between our law and Illinois' law, even though Chicago is a way bigger city than Port Angeles. What I am interested in understanding more of is what our connections are with the station that's here and what are we doing as a city. Personally, I'd love to turn off their water and power. I'm pretty sure we don't have the power to do that. Legal power, not energy power. But what are the connections that we have and how are those connected to the customs work that's happening here versus the detention and deportation work that may be happening out of this office? And I know a few I can think of. I mentioned water and power, utilities. We also get some funding like the Stone Garden Grant. I will point out that Stone Garden Grant funding is increasing in the budget thanks to the big billionaire bill. It's increasing nationwide $450 million. So that's $500 million out of what is $170 billion increase for Homeland Security, deportation, border wall, ICE, et cetera. So it's, in the chart that I was looking at earlier when I wasn't paying attention to the interviews, was this is the only item there in this chart that's actually in the millions. Everything else is in the billions. So it's a great example of us as a local government basically being thrown a bone of hey, here's a little money. And I can imagine that in the future, that money is going to be conditioned in the contract for us to get it on things that we potentially don't want to do. I'm speculating, of course, but we haven't gotten to that point yet. So, there's also, I think, other probably law enforcement interactions we have with the Border Patrol station. I want to be informed as a council member and know what our options are. So I think with that lead in, I'll go ahead and make a motion and, we can discuss it and potentially maybe discuss other motions as well. I moved, and I'll apologize ahead of time. This is kind of long just because doing a little research on the organizational structure of the Department of Homeland Security, it is complicated, and I'm trying to get the detail to help us understand what we're dealing with locally. So I move to direct our staff to provide in our next council packet a list of connections the City of Port Angeles has with ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and CBP, Customs and Border Protection, and clarify which connections from the city interact with which Department of Homeland Security components, ICE and or CBP, and where the city interacts with ICE, clarify which ICE operational directorates are involved, for example, ERO, Enforcement and Removal Operation, and where the city interacts with CBP, clarify which CBP enforcement arm, the Office of Border Patrol, the Office of Field Operations, otherwise known as Customs, and or the Office of Air and Marine.
Second.
Would you be willing to email me that motion?
I will email that motion to staff and council.
Thank you. All right, you spoke eloquently to your motion in advance of making the motion. Navarra, do you want to speak to your second?
I would, thank you. I think, this issue has been going on for quite some time. And I think, so right out of college, around the same time that Lindsay was working at the Federal Defender, I was working in Salinas, California for AmeriCorps, teaching literacy to 1st through 4th grade students who were all here either as students of migrant farm workers or as people who are undocumented. And I was one of the few white people at that school, which was certainly a place of privilege, and has greatly informed my work. It was a privilege to work there and a privilege to work with those students and their families. We had students who walked all the way from Guatemala as 2nd or 3rd graders who walked alone. An unimaginable journey, right? Who came to Salinas, California, right? About halfway up, up California, who walked all the way and probably, took some buses or something too, but came by themselves as little kids. And as I said, it's unimaginable. And coming from California, there's significant infrastructure that is devoted to helping students who are migrants because they need extra support and care and need folks who understand what they're going through. And so the state has given substantial resources to help that process for students. When I was in college, I worked with DACA recipients because the school I went to, Sacramento State University, had a program to help students in one of the lower income schools be able to have a program to be able to attend Sac State without incurring substantial debt, because at the time, DACA recipients were unable to access student loans. And that changed. And it's some of those programs that have been or are being rolled back, as I think Lindsay spoke to. But I mention this because, living here, and specifically living in Port Angeles, you don't always get to see or hear the stories of our neighbors who are undocumented or who might not have the same immigration status that I do as a natural-born U.S. citizen. But the reality, and I think, there are so many public comments who spoke so eloquently to the fact that our friends and neighbors are being disappeared,
that they are living in fear. And one of the things I've been thinking about quite a bit is that for months now, right, the other reality is that the people who are working for Customs and Border Patrol and ICE in Port Angeles live in Port Angeles, right? They are also our friends and neighbors. They live here, and I know some of them. And what I think maybe not everybody knows is that many of those people, starting in January, have been assigned down to the southern border, and they go every 2 weeks. And so many of them are doing this because, that's part of their job now that hadn't existed previously or not since the last Trump administration. And part of their job is to go south and provide support to whatever operations are happening there. From what we've heard, it's not much. But the point I'm making is that for months I've been thinking about what is our responsibility as a city, and sort of hoping that it wouldn't really come here for us, right? And I realize that that's naive. It's here. It's something I think many of us have talked about in private. And now clearly it's something we need to talk about as a city. And I think, as Lindsay mentioned, see where the nexus points are between our city and ICE. And I think, we're a small community, and I want to acknowledge the fact that, the reality is that we aren't Chicago. And Chicago has a larger tax base, they have more people, and they've gone to great lengths to stand up against injustice. And part of that is because they are more insulated than we are, right? We have a border with an active border where we have one of our largest employers relying on customs, right? We have this sort of funny relationship that to me has always felt a little bit uncomfortable, but that's where we are. And that I think it's worth acknowledging that in taking action, that there is risk in that. I think it's the right thing to do, but I think we would be remiss if we didn't talk about the risk and the enforcement actions that are happening to cities like Chicago, like DC, that are occurring. And as I said, we aren't either of those. And again, I think it's the right thing to do. I'm supporting Lindsay's motion. But I think it's worth acknowledging. I also, after we take a vote on Lindsay's motion, I'm going to propose an additional motion. But part of that, I think, is recognizing that our federal partners have taken fairly, have said some fairly, used some fairly strong language to condemn the actions that happened at the Bear Gulch fire and to ask for investigations. And while that might not be asking for an investigation, might not be something that the city of Port Angeles can do, it is certainly something that our federal partners can do. And I think being able to ask, just to be able to say that we support those asks, and also be able to say that we would like to be informed about the results of any potential investigations, because I think that as a council, we have a responsibility to the health, safety, and welfare of all of our community members, which certainly include those among us who may have a different immigration status.
Thank you, Navarra. Other council members. Drew, go ahead.
So I think about a half dozen people reached out by email to either the council as a whole, or at least one or two of them came to me specifically. There was also a member who, I apologize, you went to our spam folder, and I saw it this morning because I don't check our spam folders super often. So for the record, if people email us and don't ever hear from us, to talk to us in person, it might have gone to spam. There's a lot of anxiety nowadays in the US with I will use the phrase overzealous enforcement of immigration laws. And so I wonder, will my Uncle Juan, who is retired Air Force, natural-born U.S. citizen, disappear in Arizona? What about my cousins? And the other side of that is my father's retired Coast Guard. And while the Coast Guard base here, at least while he served, had nothing to do with any sort of border enforcement, they basically just followed the subs around. He spent a large part of his career on the Gulf and off of Florida doing border protection and drug interdictions. And so I do have experience with that side of the equation as well. So this is a topic that is important to me. Habitually, I don't vote positively on late agenda items when council has been asked to make a decision of some kind, because I feel that while there may be members in the public at the meeting this evening who will have an opportunity to discuss them, as there were tonight, other members of the public who may have been interested would not have an opportunity to come talk to us because we added it day of. However, I do feel exceptions can be made. In this case, for this specific motion, this is a motion that is simply a request for information and directing staff to do a function. And in that regard, I do not feel that that goes against my core principle of not voting positively to late agenda items. I don't know what other motions may be made this evening, and so I will have to take those on a case-by-case basis. But I, for one, do support the motion that's currently written that is with language simply designed to instruct staff to give us information so we can then decide what, if anything, we want to do after the fact.
Thank you, Drew. Anyone else? Amy, then Latricia. Go left, right.
I have a lot of things to say, but I think what I'm going to just come out with is I don't want to speak for our staff, but I imagine that they might have some answers on the top of their tongue for some of the questions that came out. And I want to also give them an opportunity to respond to that and hope that should this motion pass, that part of that information gathering may be having members from our local Border Patrol available to speak to or to provide presentation or information as well. I think having everyone in the room when these kinds of discussions happen is important. So I guess I'm just going to stop there and ask if it's okay with the mayor, if the staff have anything to respond with.
Let's go to Latricia first, and then we'll go to staff. Go ahead, Latricia.
Well, I'm going to support the motion that was made. Information is really good. But I think that the Bear Gulch issue was kind of like became public. I mean, more public. And I know that there's been under the radar, for lack of better words to describe it, under, that have quietly have occurred where others probably have been arrested that have been quiet that we don't know about. I know one young kid talking to, he says, yeah, it happened to my uncle. We live in the area and stuff. So it has happened quietly. That hasn't brought as much attention as the Bear Gulch because that they were first responders responding to an emergency, again, and addressing public safety. But I appreciate you bringing it up. I appreciate all of the community members bringing their coming to the mic, sending the emails to talk about this very vital topic that, I appreciated when one of the speakers said, for those of us that have a little bit of privilege, I guess, in the Trump administration, we don't have a lot of privilege unless you're a billionaire. But for those of us that can speak up, we need to speak up and be that voice of reason, that voice of hope, that voice of support for our community members. And I know I've been asked in the past how I feel about it. And I think that the immigrants have come here looking for a safe place to raise their family. They're looking for everything that my great-grandfather was looking for when he immigrated to the United States. He served in the Coast Guard, and that's how he ended up here in the United States. And then he married my great-grandmother, who was a Clallam, Jamestown Clallam citizen. But I also know, too, this issue, again, it's history repeating itself. It happened in the 60s and 70s. Native Americans trying to fish, where they disappeared off of the rivers and were sent away. It's not as equal, but it's, again, history repeating themselves. And I don't support the actions that are being taken by the Trump administration. I think it's a waste of funds. It's an abuse of the funds. We see Alligator Alcatraz, which is didn't pass. They didn't do their permitting. So a judge, in her wisdom, shut them down. But in that wisdom, I mean, where was the wisdom when they were spending $450 million? There was no wisdom in there. I look at things that our community needs, funding for an emergency operations center, which can support the public safety of everybody in Clallam County. Where's the logic in throwing all this money to something that now needs to be shut down? So it's a waste. There's so many other good things, grants that could have been put out there for all of these municipalities. And I don't support, and I just get angry every time I turn on the news and see people. And I have concerns of people who maybe they're not an immigrant, but they have brown skin. Just being accused of being an immigrant and disappearing, or a couple days or a week or whatever it is, or just being accused, being pulled over and being accused of not being an American citizen because of the color of their skin. It's history repeating itself. So I appreciate everybody who spoke up tonight, and I appreciate Lindsay and Navarra for bringing this motion to council. You have my full support behind this.
I know I said I was going to go to staff next, but if I can speak first and then go to staff, that would be, well, that's okay. Go ahead. I'll go to staff.
So Mayor and Council, I want to be clear that the motion on the table is simply asking for information about the way public government functions. And I think it's extremely important that not only is City Council entitled to that information, but I think our public is also entitled to that information. So I have no concerns with the motion that's been proposed. I also think it's really important to just recognize the strong approach that has been taken by our police chief since January of this year, recognizing some of the immigration situations that we have seen out there on the peninsula and elsewhere throughout this country. And so I'd like to turn it over to Chief Smith to talk a little bit about that approach, as well as to talk about any additional items he'd like to share relative to the motion on the table and that relationship.
Yeah, thank you, Manager West, and thank you, Mayor and Council. I think I'll just start by I'll read most of the statement, the public statement that I released on January 31st, along with Sheriff Brian King. Maybe I'll add a little bit to it, but and I fully appreciating the concern that I'm hearing in terms of what we're doing and our role. Nothing's changed since I published this. So first of all, the Port Angeles Police Department, we have a long history of working with our federal partners in areas where we jointly have legal authority. And I think you all hear from me regularly on my police updates. I talk about the agencies we're working with. I talk drug enforcement, backing up the National Park Partners, the U.S. Coast Guard. I talk about who we're working with. So there's that. In Washington, and this is really important, in Washington, immigration enforcement is exclusively under the purview of the federal government. So that hasn't changed. Local and state law enforcement, we get their authority through the state of Washington, and this doesn't include any authority to enforce immigration law. And to kind of make a point, 6 years ago, the legislature in 2019 specifically divested authority for state law enforcement to even consider immigration enforcement. The 2019 Washington legislature passed the Keep Washington Working Act, and it's a mandate that says local law enforcement may not make civil immigration arrests or detain people at the request of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, in parentheses ICE, or the Border Patrol, unless a judicial warrant accompanies that request. The Keep Washington Working Act was enacted. It has multiple chapters in the RCW. It addresses the Washington Mutual Aid Officers Powers Act, Chapter 10.93, as well as the Governing Attorney General's Chapter 4310 and administrative departments, agencies. In the full text, it's not that the laws. It's not that long of an act to read, but very importantly, it prohibits local law enforcement from inquiring about immigration status unless specifically necessary for a criminal investigation. Sharing non-publicly available personal information about any person, including those subject to community custody, to federal immigration authorities in a non-criminal matter, and participation in any contract, agreement, or arrangement that grants a state or local law enforcement officer federal civil immigration authority or powers. So under the state law, we have, and we do honor court orders and warrants signed by a judge. You know, arrest warrants, that could be a state, local, or federal arrest warrant. But other than that, our federal partners' authority is exclusively with them. So really for us, and it's important, no one should be deterred from reporting a crime or contacting law enforcement to give their concerns about their immigration status. Local law enforcement does not inquire about status. I've already said that. Routine checks of driver's license status or arrest warrants made by local law enforcement, they don't inform us about a person's immigration status. And we're not aware of any new information or immigration enforcement that would alter this authority. You know, our policies are a longstanding practice of only operating inside our legal authority. I know, again, that's a whole lot to say in a statement, but we know very well how to stay within our legal authority. We do it every day. You talked about the port here in Port Angeles, Office of Field Operations, which is part of Customs and Border Protection. Every day they enforce immigration and they enforce customs, like every day. We have no authority in that area whatsoever. We're well aware of that. We're occasionally, we deal with something in the port that's a violation of state law, very occasionally. But that's it. And I'm sure it's apparent if someone wants to walk off the coho and ignore the Office of Field Operations personnel and just say, I'm not talking to you, and just walk straight off the boat, or drive in a manner that didn't violate the vehicle code, we would have no authority over that. We know that. So it's not new to us. So fully understanding that the local concern here, nothing's changed for us. And really in law enforcement, drugs are the area that the federal government and the states both share. That's why our drug task force has members of the Border Patrol on it. That's why you hear me frequently informing you about operations involving narcotics enforcement. And the other thing would be fugitives, like the thing I told you guys about today, the robbery, kidnapping suspect, the FBI, and the equivalent of OpNet helped us arrest in Clark County. That's essentially a task force operation, but that's the two areas that we work together, that we have mutual authority. Those other agencies mentioned, they aren't here, and we don't work with them, and I don't really know what else to say about that. glad to answer any questions, and I'm looking forward to providing this information that you've asked for in the motion in a, more formal manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, I will take my turn, and then we can vote on this and have more discussion. So certainly appreciate all of the outreach. Also received the emails. Did not, I apologize, did not respond to them, but was doing work and making phone calls and having conversations because of that. And so I did talk to the governor's office twice today. I also spoke to Emily Randall's office. They have a draft. I don't know that it's been submitted yet, but they have a draft, to Navarro's point. They have a draft letter requesting additional information about the immigration enforcement action at the Bear Gulch fire. And I have requested that they share the response from DHS. I said when, they said if. So we'll see. So hopefully we will get that. And I think appropriate for her to be in that role asking questions. I appreciate that there is a sense of urgency to do something. And I think this may be one of those areas where how I feel as an individual is, I feel really strongly I want to do something. I appreciate what other cities are doing. And I feel an immense amount of responsibility to not put the city of Port Angeles and our community at greater risk or at a different kind of risk. And so what I appreciate about this approach that is being suggested is that it is acknowledging that we need to do something, and it is starting by informing ourselves so that we make thoughtful decisions about the steps that we take. I think it is appropriate for us to look at what we're doing. I also have every intention of, and I think based on Councilmember Miller's experience, don't have any reason to think that the Border Patrol office here wouldn't welcome all of us. We shouldn't all go together, of course, but on an individual basis or small groups to go out and hear from them and talk to them about who they are and what they're doing. And I think, so I'm going to support this motion because I think it's worth us knowing more so that we can make thoughtful and informed decisions about how we approach the issue and are prepared to do what we can to support our entire community. And so I think I'll just leave it at that for the moment. Any other comments or questions on this motion? Okay, I'm going to read the motion again. So we have a motion to direct staff to provide in our next council packet a list of connections the city of Port Angeles has with ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and CBP, Customs and Border Protection, and clarify which connections from the city interact with which DHS components, whether that's ICE and or Customs and Border Protection, and or where the city interacts with ICE, clarify which ICE operational directorates are involved, example, ERO, and where the city interacts with CBP, clarify which CBP enforcement arm, the Office of Border Patrol, the Office of Field Operations, which is also known as Customs, and or the Office of Air and Marine. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Okay, there's no one to be opposed. Okay, so the motion passes. And I understand that there is, that Navarro, you would like to have some additional conversation.
Yes, I would. Thank you. I think, as, Kate, I really appreciate that you talked about your work reaching out to our federal and state partners. And I think that's sort of the if, instead of the when is my concern is that, as I think we've said like 100 times, how many more times can we say it, that our city is important, right? And I wish that, Commissioner Mike French was in the audience earlier. He is not here anymore. I hope that he watches this and sees how important this is to our community, and hope that our county will also lend their voices to saying something to our federal partners and our state partners, and people that have more power than we do, right? And acknowledging that we are in a place of privilege, and acknowledging that, we some actions make us vulnerable. However, I also believe that we have that something that I was thinking about as an action is being able to write a letter to our state and federal partners, both supporting the actions that they have been taking in terms of investigatory actions or statements they've made, while also asking to be updated and informed, because the truth is that the agency that's been engaging in these actions is here in Port Angeles, and is, I think, a responsibility of us that it seems like we all take very seriously. As an aside, it has been 9 months now, and our new Congresswoman, who I am very impressed with, has not come to give council as a whole a presentation. And I would like to, well, maybe not put it in this council memo, encourage us to ask her to come in person or, via Zoom. I realize she's a busy woman, but to come and give us a presentation like we have gotten many, many times in the past from our former congressman. So I think now is a good time as any to remind her that, I think I believe our council is important, and I wish that more people seem to think it was as important as I do. Anyhow, so with that, I'm going to make a motion to ask to direct the mayor and city manager to write and send a letter to our federal delegation and the governor's office talking about the actions of the Port Angeles ICE and CBP, and asking to be informed about the outcomes of any investigations occurring at the federal level.
I'll second your motion.
I was just about to say the motion dies for lack of a second. Okay. So you spoke to your motion ahead of time. Latricia, go ahead.
I have a question in regards to timing of the letter, and maybe that's why I was slow to hit the button. Navarra, do you think it might be beneficial to submit the letter after we've received this information that we've asked for, so we can at least, if there's vital information or important information that we feel would help the letter? Or is there, do you feel an urgency to get the letter sent out? I am just trying to we ask for information, but yet we want to send a letter. Do they go hand in hand?
I think, Mayor, I feel okay. I just want to, and it was like, oh, maybe I'm speaking out of turn.
To clarify, she's asking you a direct question.
I think that Lindsay's approach, which I am very supportive of, gets to the issue of understanding exactly how our city as an agency works with, Department of Homeland Security, right? And those branches underneath. I'm not sure that there's any information in there that we find out that, we have interactions with Public Works, with the sewers, that we know we have interactions with the police. We are aware of this. Everybody is aware of those things. But what I'm asking for in this is being able to support the actions of our federal partners that they're taking and currently undertaking right now, right? They have been over the weekend, while also asking to be informed of whatever the hell they find out, right? We're just we want to know more information from the city. I think, and I think our community does as well. I think I would like to know if, in the next couple of weeks, Congresswoman Randall's office or the governor finds out some information about what is happening at the local ICE detention center. I would like to have that. And I think it is timely because there's the possibility that people are being held in detention here in Port Angeles. or, being shuttled off to the detention center in Tacoma, or, being, flown off out of the country in SeaTac, right? But all of those things have the potential to have the nexus here. And with this current action with the Bear Gulch fire, we've seen that it is happening here, right? And as you spoke to, likely has been happening on a quieter scale for many months. And so I think I personally don't feel like writing a letter to our federal government is going, or our federal delegation, right? Congresswoman and our two senators in the governor's office is going to jeopardize any, hopefully that shouldn't jeopardize any actions and should hopefully only strengthen their ability to advocate on our behalf.
Just to follow up with that helps me to clarify that there's not a connection between the two, that we don't need this information first. But I too agree that, again, transparency and knowing what is happening at the facility that is right in our community, that information is important. And as we've seen, even as elected leaders try to do oversight, they're even being arrested for or not allowed to do oversight. So any information that our congressional delegation has to help us better understand what's happening in our community is helpful information. So I do see a letter to them could result in information to us if there's transparency even at that federal level. So no, I support your motion.
Thank you. Drew, go ahead.
I just want to make sure I have clarification because it is nuanced. I do support our delegations seeking out information, researching the information, investigating, if you want to use that word. At this point, this evening, as a late agenda item, I don't support if other actions taken by the state or our national delegation. The way I heard the motion was kind of a generic and support what they're doing, which can be multiple different things. So I would like clarification on the motion specifically, so I know if this is supporting informationally requests or anything that they may choose to do on top of that.
It's kind of vague.
Okay. Amy?
Not to pile it on, but that was also just my concern is being a little bit more, having the verbiage a little bit more specific about what action we are supporting, and if that is the seeking of truth and what happened by our delegation, then I will also support the letter going out.
I'll speak to it since it will likely have my name on it. I think, and that would be true whether it passes, whether I vote for it or not. But I agree with formally requests. I don't have a problem with formally requesting that we are included in, or that we, I'll just use the word included, are included in the outreach in terms of findings. I think there is a nexus here because of the office, and I think it doesn't. I think if we're just saying thanks for asking questions, we're concerned too, and we would like to know more. Please share with us. I think it's fine to formalize that. And I realize that doing so as a council communicates something different than me just calling and having the conversation with the governor's office. And so I would support sending a letter saying, thanks for asking questions. Please share your answers with us. And think that I don't have a problem with that. So I would support the motion for a letter of that regard. Any further comments or questions? Oh, Amy, go ahead.
At me. I wonder also if we want to say thanks for asking questions. Please include us in the results of those questions, and please be formally invited to come to our city council meeting. Right, like maybe also include an invitation to share.
Yeah, and we could do that separately through, I know I just talked to her office today and know that it will not be our next meeting, but we could ask sometime in October perhaps. And I would encourage everyone, I know we haven't, I could say this after we vote, but then we'll move on. So I would encourage all of us to either in small groups to that don't violate the OPMA, reach out to the office here and ask to have a meeting and meet them and see what's going on. I think it's important for us to be informed all the way around, and they are here. And so, and we do work with them in many ways already. So, oh, look at that. I sparked more conflict. We'll go to Drew and then Lindsay.
I think I spoke twice already, so I think it's Lindsay.
All right, Lindsay, go ahead.
If somebody does have the contact info for getting the tour, please, circulate it through staff. It's a little hard to get the local phone number and get a return call. So thank you for that. And Congressmember Randall will be on the peninsula for a town hall in Sequim this Saturday at 10 o'clock. You have to go to our website to RSVP to get the location. Our meeting time, unfortunately, on Tuesday is like the middle of her week in DC. So it's a challenge, but I think making the invitation with a potential long runway is valuable. And it would be great to have her here in our council chamber.
Thank you. Drew, go ahead.
I just wanted to give my final opinion on this. At this stage, I will be voting no on this because of the slightly nebulous what precisely we're supporting it. And the fact that members of the public, prior to us adding it to the late agenda item, did not know we'd be discussing this. However, if this was already on the agenda or if this was at our next meeting, I would be voting for it.
Thank you for that clarification. Yes.
I did send my motion out to council. And I do recognize that the first part is fairly vague, but I want to recognize that I think the second part is pretty specific. And I think there's been a fair number of, I think the part that council has largely agreed with, I think can be, if this motion passes, I think there's probably plenty of good direction to our mayor and council about what the majority, if not all, council members expressed as wanting to be a part of that letter tonight.
Yes, I would agree. Thank you. I don't think so.
I also have very clearly like state and federal delegation, which is more than Congresswoman Randall's office. And so I think that if we're going to ask for an invitation, I don't think we've ever had Murray or Cantwell here. So, I mean, while that would be lovely, I'm not sure that an amendment to that effect would be appropriate.
Amy?
I apologize. I meant, do we need to amend the motion to be more specific on what actions we are supporting, or do you feel like you have enough direction?
I feel like I have a pretty good idea. Okay. Nathan, would you agree with that?
I would agree.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so we have a motion to direct the mayor and city manager to write and send a letter to our federal delegation and governor's office regarding the actions of the Port Angeles ICE and CBP and ask to be informed about the outcomes of any investigations that occur at the federal or state level. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
All right, the motion passes. Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
I realize this is out of turn, but I was wondering if we would be able to see the letter before it goes out.
I think we can only share it for information only, no reply. Is that accurate? Unless we wait.
yeah, without taking it back to us at another meeting, I think ultimately we would share it once it's been signed and goes out the door.
Okay. That brings us to council reports. Amy, do you want to start? I can start with Latricia.
It's okay. I'll do what I'm told.
Next time you won't be first if I start that way. We'll have someone new.
I feel very picked on. I actually don't have much of a report. I will share contact information, and I'm happy to hear that some folks would take that up. And also, in the same related topic, I've been communicating quite a bit just in my other life and my other job with our shelter providers and our homelessness task force members and those who are living unhoused. And something that has also come up is the understanding of what our actual numbers might look like. And so late, I almost said December, late July, our point in time count figures became official. And so they can be seen on the website. And I was going to suggest or ask that perhaps we could have a shelter representative come and present to council on what it looks like this past year and some of the successes and challenges I'm sure that they're facing. I think that is a good idea, and I know that they are super willing to do so. Thanks.
Thank you. Laura.
Well, I did have some meetings. The first was I attended the Clallam Transit meeting, which was interesting as always. Kate was also there. I also attended the William Shore Memorial Pool Board meeting with Latricia. And, you know, it was one of those things where I'm now driving from Jefferson County on my way here. So I was trying to think about all the things we did, including some of the exciting things that are now coming back to me. And one of the main ones, I think in exciting news, was that for a long time there's been like family memberships with like adults and children at the pool, and they're expanding that to seniors. So recognizing that you know, there are some people who might not have children but have a senior in their life, and so it's sort of expanding the idea of what does a family membership look like, that I think addresses some of the need in our community in a really interesting and creative way. And so if you're a senior and have young adults in your life, or just adults in your life, or the reverse, maybe consider a family membership at the pool. And then last, while we've had we just appointed a new LTAC member at council. That committee met, Amy Drew and I, and then additionally, one of the things that LTAC has been working on is that our destination marketing contract is up this year, and we just did some virtual scoring of, it was like, I think like 18 or 20 applicants. It was a lot of people who applied, some of them local and some of them as far away as Florida, who applied to be the new marketing agency for the city of Port Angeles. Yeah, there was like a I thought it was shocking number of out-of-state applicants who market other cities and other communities around the country. And so we have narrowed that down to 4 applications, including a local applicant as well. And so we will be doing those interviews at our next LTAC meeting. So while we haven't made a decision yet, those are forthcoming, but I think a really exciting time for the city, and you know, just like times change in terms of marketing. And I think it also really shows the difference in the way that people are tuning into what we're doing as a city in terms of tourism, and
that since we're getting such widespread folks really from around the country, it was like Florida, North Carolina, and Arizona were some of the big ones, companies located there, and thinking about sort of what that means for our community. And it's really great to be able to have some local folks that we interview as well.
Thank you, Navarra. Lindsay.
Thanks. I'll just share, we're talking about federal issues, and, I think it makes sense to talk about, some of the stuff that's happening. And there's this overall theme of DOGE, government efficiency and that sort of thing. And we talk a lot about homelessness and people can't afford rent. And, I came across this Institute for Policy Studies assessment of the taxpayer trade-offs of National Guard deployment in DC and public housing. I'll just read the paragraph that sums it up. As of this writing of August 21st, 2025, there are more than 2,000 National Guard troops deployed in DC, costing over $1 million per day. In all but 2 states, the daily cost of the DC troop deployment is greater than the daily cost of operating public housing for all unhoused people in the state. In most cases, the disparity is many times greater. For example, the daily expense of deploying troops in DC is 4.3 times greater than the daily cost of operating public housing for DC's entire unhoused population. So, I mentioned in our last council report, there's no evidence that suggests that criminalizing homelessness decreases homelessness. And, when we have funding to spend, we should spend it on things that actually solve homelessness. Homelessness is a housing problem. It's people need housing. I also want to speak to, like the dynamic between council decision-making and our staff. I was approached by a constituent who almost got hit by a car on the street and called and said, hey, I was almost hit by a car. And by the way, like, this street needs traffic calming. And the officer who took the call said, talk to city council about traffic calming. And that seems like a good solution, except we recently had a presentation by our insurance agent saying city council don't touch traffic calming. So our staff directing people to talk to us about things that we don't have authority for. Why are our staff doing that? And this isn't the first time that I've heard a story like that. It's been pretty common to have community members say, hey, I reached out to the city about this issue. This section of the code doesn't make sense. And the response from staff was take it to the city council. We, in theory, are the legislative body of the city. We rarely write our own laws. And in fact, when I first was on council, I naively thought that we did. And I wrote an ordinance, and the veteran council member at the time said, council members don't write ordinances. And, us being new council members, Councilmember French at the time pushed back and was like, well, that's what our job, we're legislative branch of the city. But indeed, that senior council member was right that we are not the ordinance writing body of the city. And I think that's a bit of a problem. I said our staff, because a few years ago, dealing with some issue I was frustrated about, I considered different words. And, often it's just staff as if it's an infection, but that's not the case. It's the staff, or I decided our staff, let's call people in, not call people out. But, there's also, I was considering the word bureaucrat as well, because I'm like, okay, well, bureaucrat really means somebody who's appointed, not elected to serve in government. And I think one of the challenges we run into in the city is that we have a city that is not run by the elected branch of government. We just had, I think, a positive discussion of, an issue that was one of those hot issues, but on the daily, it's infrastructure. It's managing and deciding how we use short, limited expenses to have the infrastructure of the city. And, that is really not a decision that we have very strong hand in as the council. I think as some people described earlier today, it's something that, we're basically given, hey, do it this way. This is the right way to do it. And, every $50,000 tractor that we want to push back against, if you do the math, you'd have to be doing like 8 tractors a day of investigation in order to address the city budget. So that's not an effective strategy for community oversight either. So, I struggle with how we create a system out of this one that, if bureaucrats design a system, it becomes a bureaucracy. I think we want to be living in a democracy as a city, and how do we redesign our city structure? So, as we move into budget season, and I know, having changes in the legal department, is it time for us to have staff at the city level or at the council level, like staff for the council who help us prepare our ordinances and make sure that, we have the capacity and the resources to do our job. One thing I learned at a recent conference for cities, city elected officials, was how much the office of the council member is a thing in other cities. And here we really don't, use our office, if you will. And office is more than just, your mail cubby and your chair here. And the need for basically having resources if you have an office. I know that, we try to increase council salary to make it possible for people to have more capacity here. And, we basically increased it to accommodate for inflation over the last 20 years. But I think we could have more capacity if we have staff who work for the council as legislative staff, rather than basically the structure we have now, which is really a corporate structure. And it's really us, kind of like the board of directors, if you will, rather than the legislative branch of the city. And I think we're very familiar with the corporate or nonprofit board of directors format. I think we need to get uncomfortable with that being the way we run a democratic government. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Drew?
Yeah, I'm interested to hear more about not doing corporate board structure and instead doing it a different way, being someone who is corporate focused. So I'm actually kind of intrigued with suggestions and ideas and what that might actually look like. Going back to what I've actually been doing, however, this past week was the last comprehensive plan stakeholder meeting. I was surprised by how, frankly, few stakeholders actually attended. We had a significant drop off from the first one, which I think was 2 or 3 dozen people, to the last one. If you take out staff and council, I think it was 7 people or something like that. It was quite small. I'm hoping that's because the stakeholders have liked what has been put together so far, that has been shown by city staff that we've worked on, and that is why they were not in more attendance. I also participated in my monthly Waseli check-in with other elected officials. I did get to participate in the NODC Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy Community Commission. There's another C in there somewhere also. Basically, it's the working with them for their comprehensive plan, for lack of a better expression, right now. And then this week, I'm going to get to do a ride-along with the police department. Despite serving on a lot of things for a very long time and my father being retired law enforcement, I haven't actually done a ride-along yet, so I'm really looking forward to that. And then, as I believe it's already been mentioned, we do have an interview for a position for LTAC coming up this week as well. My normal Olympic Peninsula Tourism Commission meeting that would be this upcoming Thursday has been rescheduled, and I believe is in person in Squim. So I do not have any sort of report for that. And that is all I have.
Thank you, Drew. Latricia?
I've kind of had a lighter schedule. I was able to attend the William Shaw Memorial Pool meeting. And I think that we are also closer to a potential lease on a building to expand our childcare capabilities there at the pool, and also potentially expand to include all day, I think it's all day preschool. So again, we just need to get a signed contract where we're partnering with the hospital on a piece of property. And so I attended that. I also, this last Friday, I did attend a meeting with folks that from Save Our Wild Salmon and folks from that are interested in orca protection, also the Olympic Park associates. Tim McNulty was there to attend. Lisa Decker was also in attendance to have a meeting with our Congresswoman Emily Randall to talk about salmon, the importance of salmon protection, salmon habitat, orca. And I also took the opportunity to throw in there also reminding Congresswoman Randall the importance of immigration issues for the city of Port Angeles. And the great thing about that conversation was we didn't feel like we were having to educate her on anything. She was fully aware of what was happening. She was also aware of she is going to be she signed up for comments for I think it was a subcommittee interior to talk about a proposal or a resolution by Newhouse that would prevent any federal funding to go towards Columbia River protection. So she had signed up to make comments for that. Again, it was a really good meeting because, like I said, we didn't feel like we had to educate her. She was on top of everything. So when you have a congresswoman that is knowledgeable and aware of what's happening in your community, that's a good thing for us. So it was a great meeting. So again, it was light duty. I returned to work this week. And apologize if I seem to be absent these last couple of weeks. But, you know, I was reading emails. Thank you. And that's about all I did.
All right. I, as Navarra mentioned, did participate in I filled in as an alternate for Clallam Transit. And it's always nice to go see what they're doing and get a little bit caught up. And it looks like they're doing some great work on kind of shifting the way service is provided, all in good ways in terms of frequency and routes and that sort of thing. So that's exciting. And I had some other things that I had on my notes, which I don't have with me. So you get the benefit of a shorter meeting. I mean, a shorter report from me. Not a shorter meeting, really, but kind of 30 seconds. Anyway, go ahead, Nathan.
Can I just wanted to say also congratulations to all the parents who got their students to school today for first day of school here in the Port Angeles School District. The high school was hopping. Just to remind our community to please drive safely around around our schools and school zones and to be safe because we've got a lot of little kids walking around too. So congratulations parents and congratulations kids for getting to school in time.
Thank you. That's one of the things I was going to say is remind people about school zones. They're back in enforcement and they're all for good reason. So please observe them. Nathan.
So Mayor and Council, I first want to say thank you to the 3 council candidates that stood up tonight to be interviewed for a really important opportunity. Council positions are an extreme sacrifice for you all as individuals, for your families. And when it's evident that you care so much about the community, you're willing to stand up and be on the city council. There couldn't be anything more appreciated. So thank you all for stepping up to do that. Congratulations to John. We look forward to working with you. And council want to make you aware that next council meeting on September 16th, we will start with a joint meeting at 5 p.m. with the Clallam County Commissioners to discuss the joint public safety facility. And that is all I have.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to our second public comment period. There is no sign-up sheet for this. We do council chambers first. So if you would like to make a comment, feel free to, you can create a line if you want, or you can just wait till people are, wait as people roll through. And then if you are online and wish to make a public comment, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. And we'll do council chambers, then online. No hands right now. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, hi, John Ralston. I know Tricia and Kate also meant to thank grandparents sending their kids to school today, right? Good. Okay. I'm going to talk about 4 things in particular. and that's the lights. So the city's made an improvement at 8th and Lincoln. It went from an F to maybe a C minus. So grabbing a bite to eat at Drake's or a coffee up there, that light still, it operates now properly 4 out of 5 times, but there's still some tolerances or some interference where that light turn signal goes on. Then the traffic on the other side of 8th Street backs up all the way to Masonic Temple or further. 2, the downtown lights, still not synchronized. Third item is these red arrows that are around town on these posts. They're nuts or wackadoodle. So traveling north on Lincoln to take a right-hand turn onto First, got a red light up there, or a red arrow. And people will stop and wait for that arrow, and traffic can back all the way up to 2nd Street. It's also curious, noted, I walk that route on a regular basis, that I take a free right-hand turn with that red light on, excuse me, the red light and or the red arrow. I've seen law enforcement do it. I've seen fire department vehicles do it. But if you get one car that stays there, traffic backs up. Then when you have traffic coming up Lincoln or traveling south on Lincoln, and they get a light to turn onto First, and as it sequences through and somebody pushes, there's going to be in the crosswalk, once the light goes off traveling south, so now a person can cross First Street. If a person's in that crosswalk, by the time that sequence goes, that red arrow may flash to green for 1 second. So now the traffic will back up beyond 2nd Street to beyond the old library or to the old fire department. It's absolutely crazy. I don't know when somebody ordered the lights. It must have been, they went through a checklist. We'll take this, we'll take this, we'll take this. Something needs to change. And I hope you can influence people that are within the staff of the city of Port Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, go ahead. Just state your name and whether or not you're a resident, and the lights will keep track of your 3 minutes for you.
Thank you. My name is Eliza Good. I am a resident of Port Angeles. I have also been personally victimized by the red light arrow, although I think I recently learned I'm the one in the wrong. But that's not what I want to talk to you all about today. I hope the council will do everything in its power to protect our community from federal agents who are using illegal intimidation tactics. I think we can all agree that when firefighters who put their lives on the line to protect our lives in this place we all love are ambushed and dragged off their fire line, everyone becomes less safe. Thank you to the council, the mayor, the directors, and the staff of the city for working on this, for serving us, and for being fierce for us. We've spoken tonight about how terrifying these things happening are. Deputy Mayor Carr talked about the risk involved in standing up as a small city. And it is scary. But I also want to suggest that when someone hides their face, conceals their name, uses unmarked cars and ambush tactics to take firefighters from their heroic work, those actions speak to weakness and they speak to shame. So I just want to commend everyone in this room as you do your work here in public. We say our names, we show our faces, and it is scary, but this is our community, and I'm proud to be part of it, and you all make me feel that way. Thank you.
Thank you.
James Taylor, City of PA. I was going to spare you the opportunity to listen to me, but there's a couple things that my friend and neighbor said that I want to address. But before I do, thank you, congratulations. So my friend and neighbor said something about not wanting the council to be the board of directors of a corporation. Well, then my question is, who is that board of directors? We have an organization that has lots and lots of budgets, lots of confusing numbers. I can't find where the receipt is for the vehicles we sold, as an example. I requested maintenance records on that tractor, never received them. And as a board of directors, I really think it is your responsibility to make sure that this fine corporation and all these good individuals have their numbers looked over with scrutiny so that $50,000 tractors, which we gladly shot down, it's okay, that isn't the way we should be doing business, but that tractor should have never made it through the budget. The tractor they wanted to replace was perfectly functional. In fact, if as a previous tractor owner, it would be a new tractor. But that is your job, is to be the board of directors. And so I don't understand that statement. Now, you and I would typically talk about it on the sidewalk. But, the job here is we have this huge organization that needs oversight. Nathan does a great job, but if something comes through the budget that looks silly, there needs to be someone with a red pen saying that's not right. Because, $187 million budget's a chunk of change. I don't know what it is currently, but that's an old one. That is a big pile of money. And that big pile of money is coming out of your citizens' pockets. And so rather than saying, hey, can you guys hold down our expenses? This group says, hey, let's spend more on this. So you are the board of directors. You're not the visionaries. That is the job of city council. Hey, thanks.
Thank you, James. Gail, go ahead.
Is it 3 or 2 minutes? Okay, so I don't have to talk quite so fast. Gail Bronner, Port Angeles resident. I'm reading a new book right now by Timothy Snyder. He's a historian. And I was just reading a line here as I was waiting. It says, and so the subject of law and order immediately triggers angry emotion. That's my setup for my speech here. All right. I'm here tonight to ask council to assert your influence. Counter protesters are breaking the law by reckless driving, veering into the crowds at peaceful pro-democracy demonstrations in PA and throughout the county. The Port Angeles Police Investigative Division's primary focus is protection and safety of victims, protection of community at large, and the recovery and preservation of tangible physical and digital evidence. The department and you have been provided with abundance, vivid evidence, which is a matter of public records. The reckless driving and other dangerous actions are illegal and politically motivated. The RCW gross misdemeanor penalty for reckless driving is imprisonment for up to 1 year. Port Angeles Police Department refused to assign a case number to the reckless driving incidents I witnessed on June 14th at a demonstration, and I reported it to the department. I hope the council is able to influence the arrest and prosecution of these gang members, because that's what they are. This gang of counter-protesters is not above the laws, which they deliberately violate. They have been warned many times by law enforcement for several months, but warnings have not worked. And the gang continues to threaten people. They endanger seniors, younger adults, and children with no regard for our well-being. I've given you a packet. You've already received that. And then I have some redacted statements by other members of the community here because I don't want them to be targeted by the gang members. Please take these unlawful acts seriously before a horrible tragedy occurs and somebody gets hit by one of those pickups. I ask you, who is worthy of protection in our community by law enforcement and the legal system?
Did you bring a copy for Carrie? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Barbieri. I don't have any hands online, so.
My name is Glenn Barbieri, and I'm a city resident. First of all, I apologize for not showing up for several city council meetings. I had to take some me time, and frankly, with some things going on, I wanted to make sure I didn't say anything that I couldn't take back. So, you're welcome. Now, I know we're all rightly kind of freaked out about what's going on in the other Washington. That's important, it's critical, it's immediate. And it is being noticed internationally as well. That said, we still have some problems here. Like, for instance, the whole water crisis pointed out this community's vulnerability. We have also, looking forward, we have a growing population with a diminishing resource. As been pointed out, we have no shortage of water right off here at the beach. The problem with it is it could take easily at least 12 to 8 years to tap into that. If I had a plan right now, blueprints and everything, and that's a long time. And there's a lot of communities in this country and other places that have been for over a decade facing serious water issues themselves. So I have started using this little brain pan of mine, trying to figure out, is there any way, technically and maybe financially, to look at water at a much faster time frame than 8 to 12 years? And it might look like this is a bad science project, but I've been working on geometry. Granted, there's other people who worked on geometry before. This is kind of inspired by stuff we've known for about over 3,000 years, planet shapes. I wish I have a fine collection here that I got from, some store maybe named Anime Brat or something like that. Maybe you've heard of it. Well, those dice, those funny weird shapes, 5 of them are the platonic solids. There's only 5 of those known in 3 dimensions ever. And we've been studying them for thousands of years. I still think we have some new tricks we can learn from them. Plus, also we're looking at another problem with getting water from the ocean is the energy, how much energy it costs. I'm working on that too. So hopefully I will have more in the coming months to be able to be concrete, but I'm starting. Thank you.
Thank you. We got 2 more. Yep.
Ellen Menchu, I live in the county, but I wasn't planning to speak again, but I do want to say thank you to the council. I think it's really remarkable that a first time meeting with this issue involving immigration, that you had your lead law enforcement officer here to speak to this issue, and council members are supportive of this. I've been speaking to the county commissioners, and I thank Councilwoman Carr for mentioning this, that I've been dealing with the Board of County Commissioners since June, and no action, no response, nothing. And it's very reassuring to know that this smaller section of our county, the city of Port Angeles, is willing to address this very important issue and make public safety and make residents in the community feel safe and protected. And I also wanted to just mention that I don't know if the council has talked about this, but Dr. Gene Turner passed away earlier this year, and on Saturday, was his memorial. And I just think it's worth noting the contributions that he made to the city of Port Angeles, and specifically of the Boys and Girls Club. If you drive by every day, you'll notice that. So thank you so much to the city council, and congratulations to John, and thank you to Christy and Laurel for stepping up. They're all personal friends of mine too, so you couldn't have made a bad decision, and thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have one more.
Hello, my name is Jesse Banks. I'm a public resident here. I was here last meeting. I wanted to address who runs the law and order in this town. So since the last meeting, I did a little bit of my own walking in the community and talking with the community as far as like the houses around Jesse Webster's Park. Talk to, how they feel about it. And then I've heard about homelessness in this city council. And so we need to address that some of these people that are homeless choose to be homeless. There is so much public funding in this town. They are taking advantage of the 3.5 law of doing drugs and having a heyday in this town. I addressed to this town, to this community or this council last time, that we need to do what San Diego did and use our funds to do a sanctuary fenced-in area for the active drug users that are not going to get clean. Instead of constantly growling like cats and having my PA pick up after adults, that's not teaching anything. And then all it is it's making our community unsafe. So you guys as city council members, some of you guys only have 4 months left or so. It's probably time to step up and do something to make a positive change in this community. I mean, I'm wondering why that the Supreme Court ruling has already stated that you cannot have any tents in any parks during all times of the day. It has to be a registered, designated camping area only. So what's going on in Jesse Webster's Park is above and beyond sick. I've known multiple people, talked to two different, a girl and a boy that were sexually molested through there. It's going to continue to happen. You guys are letting it happen. Why are we letting tents being full-on storage units of stolen goods that are being stored there? This needs to stop immediately. As long as I'm a member of this community, I'm not going to stop till we have Jesse Webster's Park back. This is so ridiculous of coddling to the drug addicts and the child molesters. That's what you guys are coddling right now. I have been an alcoholic drug addict in my time, 15 years clean. So I'm sick of hearing everybody pampering and coddling these poor homeless. They choose to be that way. The people that are actually homeless, I have sympathy and I have empathy because I've been in their shoes. But a lot of these people and these council members have never been a drug addict, have never been homeless, and you can't feel empathy. And that's just how it is. There's sympathy, yes, but no empathy. So what are we going to do to clear up Jesse Webster's Park? And not only that, right next door to our course, the Blue Star Memorial, I said Veterans Center last time, and I was wrong. It was Blue Star right next to our police station, over 50 junkies shooting up, shitting and pissing on our land.
Can you wrap it up?
Why, what's that?
Your time is up, so you can wrap up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can we do something? Step up?
Thank you.
Make a difference?
All right, anyone else? Okay, I don't have any hands online, so we are adjourned. Thank you all very much.